average 0 minutes of screen time. That's
Ready to
correct.
call the meeting to order. Get my handy dandy gavel out here and find the right place. If you wouldn't mind, or if you're able to stand, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, then the preamble to the Missouri Constitution, and then an invocation. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The preamble: we, the people of Missouri, with profound reverence for the supreme ruler of the universe and grateful for his goodness, do establish this Constitution for the better government of the state. Jamie Roush.
Thank you. Shall we pray? Most Heavenly Father, I come before you tonight in Jesus' name. And I thank you for the opportunity to be able to come before you in your presence tonight. I thank you for this city, and I thank you for who you are, and I thank you for the knowledge that you are God and you have everything in your hands. I pray for wisdom and understanding for our leaders tonight, not only of our city tonight here in the board meeting, but for our country, for our state, for even the world, Lord. I just pray for strength and support and the ability to make the decisions that are needed for the city, the country, and the state as a whole. I love you so much, and I thank you so much for the opportunities that you've given to me. I thank you for salvation. I thank you for hope and a future. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
King.
Here.
Whitus.
Here.
Simmons.
Here.
Akers.
Here.
Gaines.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
C.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This is the public comment section for our meeting tonight, and invite folks that have signed up on the sheet outside who have something they'd like to share with the Board of Aldermen. Just to remind you that if it's a subject that you're going to talk about that other people have talked about and you hear the same thing, if you would be so kind as to say, I agree with whatever that person said, and cut our meeting down as much as possible. The agenda tonight it includes almost 1,000 pages of additional data. So the aldermen have been very busy. All of us have been very busy of looking at information, getting ready for this meeting. At this point in time, I invite those to come forward who would speak, and I'll have the clerk announce those names. I ask you to abide by our 5-minute rule, that you spend no more than 5 minutes on a topic. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Doug Clark.
Doug Clark, 121A St. Andrews Street. And I've kind of touched on some of these things before, but I wanted to bring to your attention a couple of things that have just been brought to my attention here in the last 3 or 4 days. But one of my concerns that I've brought before is the participation of the World Health Organization and structure of our internal health management in our country. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the philosophy of the World Health Organization, and I've mentioned this before, this is Brock Chisholm, the first Secretary General of that organization. And what he said was, to achieve world government, it is necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, loyal to family, traditions, national patriotism, and religious dogmas. Now, we just got through with a prayer talking about the Constitution, and I think there's a lot of religious dogmas there that these people do not like. So you have to examine the philosophy of all these different United Nations organizations and what their ultimate goal is, and it's not good. He also said the reinterpretation and eventual eradication of the concept of right and wrong are that belated objectives are nearly all psychotherapy. And the main one, Mr. Chisholm, was a psychiatrist. So we have a psychiatrist and a whole slew of people in that particular genre that are running that organization. because it's a behavior modification organization. It's what it is, to change something from the way it's managed to something else. Now, they have a very erratic methodology on this pandemic that they've had. They'll say one time, there's no need of masks during a COVID-19 outbreak. Who flips on the lockdowns? That was very recent. And then they said, this was on July the 13th, they said there is no quantified virus isolates available. And what that means is they do not have a actual sample of a COVID-19 virus available to do anything, even calibrating these machines that do these tests. The tests are measuring something completely different. The one that's a PCR test is a test that takes a particle of DNA and it thermally heats it up and multiplies that particle. It does not identify a virus. The new one that's a 15-minute test that they're having, that they're getting all these numbers from, is a 15-minute test, and all it does is sample a protein, period. Nothing that can identify a specific virus. So these two things, what they will do is they will pick up a flu, part of a flu that you've taken 10 years ago. If you've ever had the measles, ever had any kind of viral vaccine, it's going to give you a positive outcome on any of those tests, okay? Now, what I wanted to mention here tonight is I've been looking at the draft controlling mechanisms of how they're going to distribute these vaccines. And they call this a landscape of COVID-19 candidate vaccines. Now, what everybody does not understand here, in this whole document says the WHO also disclaims any and all liability, responsibility whatsoever for any death, disability, injury, suffering or loss, damage, or other prejudiced product, including any of these landscape documents. So there's 100 vaccines that they're in the process of evaluating right now, and they will not protect you, and you have no liability protection of anything that happens with this vaccine distribution system. That ought to scare the hell out of everybody. And on top of that, they really don't have a very good record of managing research on vaccines and distribution to Africa. They have had all kinds of problems with polio, tetanus, and they've basically done carnage on a multitude of African countries, and they cannot hardly show their face back in there, and that includes Bill Gates. Now, the document that I haven't really had complete time to look at is one called the draft of the COVID-19 vaccination plan from the state of California. I got to looking at that, and I thought, well, maybe they have one for Missouri. Well, lo and behold, we do have one for Missouri. And let me find it here. We do have one for Missouri. And my question is, anybody seen this at all up on our board? Has anybody taken a look at this?
30 seconds, Doug.
You know, if you haven't, you need to look at it because it's got the mechanics for a forced vaccination program within that. You just have to read through it and take a look at that. And anybody that takes a vaccine needs to take a look at a vaccine insert. And after you read this, they are about, comes with any vaccine. This is folded up in a little package, and it tells you what all the contradictions, side effects, and it says it's not tested for mutations, genetic, or effects on fertility. So you need to think about all that before you decide to take a vaccine.
Madam Clerk, do we have another speaker?
Yes, we do. Carrie Webster.
My name is Cherry Webster. I live at 118 Country Bluff Drive, and I live in the affordable housing development called Country Bluff Estates. There are 100 houses in that subdivision, and 100 households were able to afford those houses. And the reason we were able to afford them is because we work in the workforce, or we did for 20, 30 years, and now we're retired. But tonight I'm here to talk about the low-income housing project at 3855 Fall Creek Road. want to talk specifically about the annexation bill 5718 that was approved back in May, I believe on May the 12th. That bill approved the annexation from the county into the city for the parcel, bringing in with it the plan of intent that was in the county. But the only thing that got brought in via the plan of intent was the zoning. There was another part of the plan that didn't get brought in, and I'd like to read that to you. It's from the September 11th, 2006 Taney County Planning Commission public hearing. This was the second reading for the parcel, and at the time it was owned by Dwight and Linda Sprague. It's just one paragraph. At the time it was called Fountains on Fall Creek, request by Dwight and Linda Sprague to develop a mixed-use project containing commercial, condominiums, duplex, and cabins for nightly rental and timeshare located at Fall Creek Road and Country Bluff Road. There was a comment that Mr. Sprague made about a 50-foot buffer between the two developments. Mr. Ingram, who happened to be the attorney representing Country Bluff at the time, asked if a 100-foot buffer could be left. Discussion followed. Mr. Sprague stated that he is doubling what the county requires, and to do 100 feet would be a problem to him. The code states that the commission can go up to 40 feet. Sarah Kleinfelter, who was a commissioner, planning commissioner that night, made a motion to approve. Approve what? The mixed-use development, based upon the decision of record and the submitted plan with the addition of a 50-foot buffer between Country Bluff and the development. The existing vegetative buffer will remain undisturbed. The property next to the lake will be a 30-foot buffer. They had a vote, and it was approved. So when I read that, what I see is a plan of intent that says there's supposed to be a 50-foot undisturbed vegetative buffer. Now, back in February, the morning after the first reading on February 11th for his annexation, Mr. Ruda had a bulldozer and a backhoe out there, and that for the next 14 days before the second reading was scheduled, he knocked down all the trees up to a 30-foot buffer. So he should not be allowed to pick and choose which items on the plan of intent to bring into the city as part of the annexation process. So I would like to formally request that the city modify the annexation bill 5782 to incorporate the 50-foot buffer. Now, he's already destroyed 20 feet of the 50 feet, so he needs to make it up somehow. Perhaps in the first subdivision plan as he goes, whatever the first component is he decides to do. He should make up for this buffer that he has already torn down. And if any of you need a copy of the PDF that has the minutes, I can provide that to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sherry. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
Our next speaker is Wally Marshall.
How y'all doing tonight?
Wally, we need your name and address for the record.
It's Wally Marshall, 14914FM, that's Frank Mary, 3133, Anna, Texas, 75409.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm here tonight to thank the city of Branson, the chamber, the mayor, everybody involved that's helped bring Crappie Expo 2020 to the convention center here in Branson this week. Starting Friday at 10 a.m., the Crappie Expo will begin, and right now we have 230 anglers on Table Rock Lake fishing for $200,000 crappie fishing. This is to bring crappie fishing to a higher level. We're bringing over 100 manufacturers to Branson because I wanted to design a show
where the manufacturers get to meet the end user, you, the fisherman. And so by doing this show, we have entertainment. We have some of Branson's finest. We got Jerry Lee Lewis's son, Jason D. Williams, on Saturday. We got the world's largest crappie fry. How much crappie can you eat for free? Come on out, a bunch. I see you going, it's like a bunch. But anyway, we started this last year. It was a dream of mine 4 years ago. It was in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and we had 35,000 people come through there in 3 days. And you have to drive to get to Hot Springs, Arkansas. And I'll guarantee it, I've spent over $90,000 on marketing. We're giving away 2 boats. We're giving away a Ranger 175 fully loaded with a 115 4-stroke. And we're giving away a Vexus 189C on Saturday. And all you have to do is drop your ticket in the barrel or the tumbler, and you get a chance. Must be present to win. And of course, that's on Saturday and Sunday. The expo starts on Friday at 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We got all kinds of giveaways. We're giving away RV Cajun cookers, pellet grills, $500 shopping sprees. Kids can get lures after lures after lures. We're having Branson's finest officers there that's going to be handing out lures during the day that I've hired to work the show. And it's going to be a fun event for your family. Please come out and support the Crappie Expo and support the city of Branson. And I just want to thank everybody here tonight. If you want to see more about it, go to crappieexpo.com. It's got all the information on there, plus our entertainment and what we're giving away. And like I said, it was a dream of mine 4 years ago because I've been in the crappie industry 33 years. I worked for Bass Pro Shop for 14 years, designing all of their products for Johnny Morris. Left there in 2010. Now we sell to the world. And I just want to say this. Branson was my starting place because Joe Hall owned Blakemore Lure Company, and that was my first sponsor. And so I used to come to Branson a lot, and it just brought back just memories coming back here. And the people at the CVB and also Sam over at the Convention Center, those guys have just bent over backwards and made us feel at home. And I'm getting kind of choked up. But anyway, it's just a passion, you know, about the crappie fishing. If you've never eaten a crappie, y'all better come on out Saturday because it starts at 11 o'clock till we run out of fish. And we're going to, Savannah sent us 14,000 hush puppies. We got 700 pounds of potatoes and about 14,000 fillets. Y'all come on out to the Crappie Expo and let's have fun. We've been cooped up too long. It's time to party at the Crappie Expo. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I'm not telling you where the honey hole is.
I know I've never really fished Table Rock a couple of times, but
Caught a lot of crappie out of that.
yes, sir. And those guys are tearing it apart right now. And they're going to expose that lake, and you'll see more crappie tournaments come to this city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all.
Madam Clerk, do we have another speaker?
No, you're on.
Thank you.
Is this when the fish fry starts, Mayor?
I think he said something about Saturday.
Oh,
And here I thought Bill was a ribs man. All right. We're ready now to look at the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the audience would like to have moved down from the consent agenda and to ask for additional questions or comments?
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to have items 11, 12, 14, and 15 moved down and moved to the first of the regular agenda.
Okay. We've had a request to move down items 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, I think,
Yes.
to the regular agenda. Okay?
Mayor,
It doesn't require motion. Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to remove item number 3 down to the regular agenda.
Okay. Any other items? All right. At this time, Madam Clerk, would you please share with us the consent agenda minus the items left out?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows.
I'm sorry, just a second, excuse me, Madam Clerk. From the audience,
No.
Okay.
20 was not mentioned.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, this,
Matter
we
from
got-
the audience, item number 20 has been requested to be pulled down. Now I think we're ready to go on with the consent agenda as amended.
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes of October 13th, 2020 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of minutes of the Advisory Park Board meeting of September 15th, 2020. Human Resources Committee meeting of August 19th, 2020. Final reading of Bill Number 5881, an ordinance amending Appendix A of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to utilities fee schedule. Final reading of Bill Number 5882, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Affinity Chemical LLC for the purchase of operational chemicals used in the city's wastewater treatment process and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5883, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Brentag Mid-South Incorporated for the purchase of operational chemicals used in the city's water and wastewater treatment processes and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5884, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Hawkins Incorporated for the purchase of operational chemicals used in the city's water and wastewater treatment processes and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5885, an ordinance approving a contract with CDW Government LLC pertaining to the purchase of computer hardware and software and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5886, an ordinance approving the memorandum of understanding with Branson School District pertaining to providing 4 school resource officers, 1 at each Branson School District campus, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5887, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with En Route Enterprises LLC to provide vehicle equipment installation and repair services, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5890, an ordinance approving the first renewal of the services contract with Under the Wire LLC pertaining to traffic signal maintenance services for the city and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5893, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Taney County Health Department for public health services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5894, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Capital Solutions Consulting pertaining to lobbying services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5895, an ordinance approving the amendment to the contract with Taney County, Missouri pertaining to reimbursement for certain qualified expenses for the Taney County General Aviation Airport and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5896, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement between Taney County and the City of Branson pertaining to reimbursement for certain qualified expenses from the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 5898, an ordinance approving the option agreement for the contract for sale of the property commonly known as the old high school located at 300 South 6th Street and authorize the mayor to execute the documents and other actions in connection with the purchase. Final reading of Bill Number 5899, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Section 28 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to administrative and supervisory committees. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Floor is open for a motion approving all items on the consent agenda.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Please vote on the consent agenda. Yes, 6 are present. Voting yes, Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons. Consent agenda passes. Now, from an order standpoint, let's start with number 3. Madam Clerk, any additional information on the final reading of Bill 5880?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 5880, an ordinance approving the annexation of properties located at 121 Linhart Lane, Branson, Missouri.
All right. Joe Hornicle has come to the podium to be available to answer questions. All right. All right. And what is the question?
Mayor, this item is for annexation, and the same property is under item number 43 for zoning. I don't know if it'd be more appropriate to move this to item 43 there were residents of the Friendly Hills subdivision who have contacted me. Are any of them in the audience? Would you want to ask them to speak?
Are you wanting for us to then to make a vote of some sort?
Well, I guess we have to put it on the floor first, yes.
You want to speak to the annexation? It's the first step. Anything that we need to be aware of?
I provided all the information during the first reading at the last meeting.
Yeah. Okay. If you would like to call someone down to speak, you're more than welcome.
Yes. Want to come down and speak?
Your Honor,
Yes.
Should we put it?
could we get this on the floor? We've had
Make a motion.
Okay, all right.
So we need a motion approving the bill 5880.
Okay, thank you.
I'd make that motion.
Motion's been made to approve the bill 5880. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. At this point in time,
Thank you.
invite whoever you want to invite forward. Okay.
Mayor Akers, thanks for letting me come down. Tim Davis, I came down because I'm one of the lot owners in the Friendly Hills subdivision. I don't think anyone...
Tim, would you give us your address too? We just have to
Yes,
have it for
please.
the record.
Box 1625, Branson, Missouri, 65615. And I don't think anyone in this neighborhood objects to the annexation per se. In fact, I anticipate that most people would like to annex into the city of Branson in the neighborhood because of the additional services the city provides, such as the sewer connections, higher quality police, and higher quality fire protection. So I believe everyone felt that annexation in itself was not a problem.
Okay. Does that satisfy you?
Yes,
Okay.
I guess the context I received was more for the zoning and how that affects their
That's
covenants.
right, because it's currently a single-family residential subdivision, and the people really value that, but that's a different issue from the annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. All right. You, since it was pulled down, we need to go ahead and vote on it separately. Do I have a motion? We've had a motion and a second. Are you ready to vote? Any comments or questions? Please vote.
On next 13?
Yes, six present. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote yes. It passes. The annexation passes. The next item pulled down was item number 11. I'm going to ask Mr. Simmons, who will step out on item 11 and 12. Any comment or?
No, I was a bidder on this, or my firm, which I'm majority owner of on this particular item, so I'll step out.
As proper procedure, since there's an interest of ownership?
Also on item 12, Mayor. Item 11.
11 and 12, yeah. All right. Madam Clerk, can you provide the reading of this item?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 5888, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Table Rock Asphalt Construction Company Incorporated for the purchase of concrete and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the final reading of Bill number 5888. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Just a clarification issue, if Keith could answer it. This all went through a bidding process, the normal bidding process. Could you just go through that for the record, Keith, so the record reflects what happened? Bless you. Need some cinnamon candy?
Yeah. When we went out for bids, we sent out 6 to 6 companies. One sealed bid was received for all this. And, whoops, I'm on the wrong one. I'm on the next one. Apologize. 5 companies were sent the bid package to bid on this for the concrete. We received one bid on September the 9th. We followed all the bidding procedures and everything. And even though it's a large amount of concrete to us, and same as the next one, it's a large amount of aggregate and fill material. it's not a large amount to people like Conco and some of the other companies. And we called them, and they had a big turnover, is why they didn't bid on it, and it laid on someone's desk, and they just didn't bid on it. Long story short.
Okay.
Mayor, could I just ask him one more question? Because I didn't want to call him back up. The same issue is on 12 as well.
Correct.
I appreciate
Correct.
you
Yep.
providing that.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other? Please vote. Five aldermen recognized, 5 yeses. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, all vote yes. Passed. Item number 12. Madam Clerk, please provide the introduction.
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 5889, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Table Rock Asphalt Construction Company Incorporated for the purchase of stone and asphalt for the Public Works Streets Department and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the final reading of Bill 5889. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter? We have the clarification from the previous. All right. Please vote. Five aldermen available, 5 yes. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes all vote yes. Item number 12 passes. All right. The next item of business is we've got to go to, do you want to go in the order? Do we go to the 20 item that was
14.
pulled?
Let's go to keep them in order, please. 14.
Okay. You left out 13, huh? Item number 14. This is one that I need to step out. My son has been an advisor to the city for health insurance for over 20 years, and I got to be elected mayor, and he happens to be my son, so the conflict is that I have to step out of any discussion. I'll ask Mr. Simmons, who's the president of the board, to take over for the next 3 items, I believe.
I believe it's just 2.
Just 2.
Just 2,
14 and
okay.
15.
14 and 15. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item 14?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 5891, an ordinance approving the 2021 Delta Vision Plan premiums through Delta Dental of Missouri for the city of Branson, authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the final reading of Bill number 5891. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak regarding this matter? Any aldermen?
Yes, sir. Jan, it was the same question that I asked Keith. For the record, the system, the process for procuring this and how this entity was awarded these particular bids.
Yes, yes, sir. Everything was identical to what it's been for the last several years on this. We went out to bid, got the best price, and went with that.
Was there several companies bidding on it, or is it a narrow market now? Or?
Our broker takes care of most of all of that. There were 2 different organizations that bid on it the last time that we looked at it.
Okay. And the lowest bidder was taken?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anything else from the alderman? Hearing none, please vote. Six yes and 0 no. Julia King, yes. Larry Milton, yes. Jamie White is yes. Jeff C, yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. Okay, moving on to item 15. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 5892, an ordinance approving payments for the 2021 supplemental insurance premiums, flexible spending accounts, and health savings accounts, and authorizing and approving enrollment of all health coverages to be managed through American Fidelity Assurance Company, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Thank you. You've heard the final reading of Bill number 5892. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this item? Any aldermen?
Same question, Jan.
Yes, sir. We have been using American Fidelity for a couple of years. They provide us with the enrollment platform at no additional cost. They also are now going to be providing us with health saving account, the actual debit cards at no additional cost to the employees.
How much does that save the employees per
That
month?
saves them about $25 a year,
Thank you.
$250 a month.
Any other comments from the alderman? Hearing none, please vote. Six yes, 0 no. Item passes. Julie King, yes. Larry Milton, yes. Jamie White is yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. Okay. We can call the mayor back in now.
Thank you, Bob. We're ready to move on to item 16?
We're on item 20.
I'm sorry? 20?
20.
Madam Clerk, would you provide what you have on number 20?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 5897, an ordinance approving the amendments to the lease agreements with Hughes Entertainment Incorporated, Hands Enterprise LLC, Branson's Best Incorporated, and Recreational Investment and Management Corporation pertaining to a reduction in base rent for fiscal year 2020, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Thank you. Craig, can you share with us why you want to pull down, please?
Your Honor, we may want to get this on the floor, please.
Yes, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve item number 20?
So move, Mr. Mayor.
A motion by Mr. Skanes, second?
Second.
Second. Thank you. Now, information from the audience.
Yes, Craig Westcott, 3388 Green Mountain Drive, Branson, Missouri. Well, first of all, to the staff who's worked on this, to all of you who have heard this before, we're grateful. I know I speak on behalf of the lessees. Grateful for this move that was approved the first reading. I only am here, I will now speak personally. I am grateful for no matter what the decision is here. It's really more just about, it's not about a little more money. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with consistency. I realized through multiple conversations and emails today, consistency might have a varying meaning. And I understand that, and I'm a big boy, and I can walk away if it's not the same. Basically, in the end, the formulas that were used to provide this relief were for the other three neighbors of ours, the actual days that we were closed as a percentage of the year times the base rent. Ours was the days that the city ordinance had us closed, which was less, of course, than the actual days we were closed. That was the amount as a percentage of the year times our base rent. I realize we pay $80,000 in base rent and everybody else pays $25,000. So when you get into the percentages, that's probably why the physical numbers look different. But I guess it's just, last year we did a renegotiation on our lease. I know some of you up here, you were involved in this. So there's some new folks up here. Seemed like, I'll just use this phrase, we jumped on the train of consistency, trying to get our lease more fair and equitable as compared to the other leases that had existed for a long time. And I feel like if this formula is a little bit different for what, for our company versus the other ones, we're kind of jumping back off consistency. I know that this started when in an email, I'll just read it because I won't, it'll be better that way. Administrator Dobbins had said, please put in writing something that we have to start with, and I know that they had already been in discussions. And I said, here is my proposal on behalf of all the lessees on the old airport property. I realize everybody's terms, operating calendars, et cetera, are not consistent, but I am just trying for the spirit of consistency. And that's where I said, reduce the base payment owed to the city by 12% this year. I got to this percentage by the number of days that non-essential businesses were closed. That equals 45 divided by 365, 12.3. I rounded down for the city's favor, 12%. That's the number that was used for us. Everybody else was used their actual days. I guess I'm just wondering why not be consistent with the percentages. If it's about the dollar amounts, then please just tell us that if you're capping it at a certain dollar amount. But it just seems right to do these all with the same formula. Again, I will be happy either way, but we've kind of made some strides in consistency, and I just want to stay on that train with these leases. So that is my question, comment, et cetera.
Jamie, would you like to address that? Sure.
So I can speak to that. So he was the first one that came up. He did, as he said, and as the email wrote, he did propose, I believe it was May 20, he proposed the 12%. So we tried to honor what he asked for with the 12%, and we used his own methodology. About a month and a half later, we were approached by one of the other businesses that said, hey, we were closed a little while longer than that. Can you look at it and readjust? And that's what we did. We, for the other businesses that requested it, we did the 17% because they were closed longer, and we tried to honor what his request was for the 12%. That is merely the explanation that I have. The other thing is about consistency. This amendment is for a one-time change. So this is not changing future amendments on the way that we do things. So I'm not sure for future years consistency would be a concern here. So that would be my only statement there, because this is a one-time. As a result of COVID, we were trying to extend an olive branch and help the businesses out. And as he proposed, we honored what he proposed, and then we honored what the next business came in and asked as a result of their business, their venue, and so on and so forth. So that's my explanation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Any aldermen have any questions? Yes, Mr. Simmons?
And the other requests were based on the number of days they were closed?
They were. One of the business owners came to me and said, we were closed 2 weeks longer than that. Can you adjust? Had a conversation with Stan, certainly. Talked to the other businesses, found out that's what they were doing. So we did the 17% for them, and we tried to honor the 12% for their business as well. That's the simple explanation behind it.
Jump in?
Yeah.
I'll just say, now looking back, I wish I would have, in the first email, put the actual days we were closed. We were closed from March 15th to May 15th. We were closed the same amount of days as everybody else. In the spirit of knowing this was going to be a stretch for the city, et cetera, I proposed the most conservative thing I could. I mean, in the end, I didn't know it would bite me per se, but we were closed the same number of days, I guess is my point. We closed the 15th and opened back up May 15th. That's it.
Isn't hindsight wonderful, correct?
Yeah.
Any other questions from aldermen? What's the thought that how we might go forward with this? Take it under.
Are we under any deadlines with this? I'm trying to figure out how to reconcile.
Well, certainly we need to get it done before the end of the year. That would be ideal. But we're trying to work with the businesses currently because we knew this was coming. So we're not under a pressing deadline. All that I ask is we get it done prior to the end of the year, because it would be an accounting issue if we didn't.
Do we have to take any action? Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Craig, my understanding that when you made your recommendation to the city, you based it on the number of days that businesses were closed, mandated to be closed.
Correct.
next business comes along and they come to the city and say, we'd like it to be not only the days we were closed, but the actual days we were closed.
Yeah.
So you were granted what you asked, they were granted what they asked. I think consistency would be more in lines of keeping everybody at the same percentage. I don't think Craig should be penalized because he came to the city first and asked for the lowest amount. But if we're granting his neighbors a different amount, I would be supportive with adjusting it. That would be my thoughts.
The suggestion, would this be appropriate then to send back to administration and ask administration to make their recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, can I chime in for a
Yes.
second on that? If the desire is to provide a percentage change for recreational investment management corp, similar to what's been provided to Hughes and stuff, what I would recommend doing so we don't torpedo the whole thing is just somebody, one of the board members, make a motion to strike section 4 of the ordinance. Then a second, then we would vote on that, and then that would remove RIM from the ordinance. We could pass the others or deny the others, whatever the board's wishes are, and then bring them back separately and independently on their own next board meeting. That would probably be the cleanest way to do this, if that's the desire.
I think I'm following exactly what you're saying. We simply leave them out on this vote and then bring them back for the next.
You basically remove them from the ordinance, which they are referenced in section 4. So we would need a motion to amend, and then we would go back to the drawing board with Mr. Westcott.
Do the aldermen willing to make a motion along that line?
I'll make a motion to strike section 4 from the amendment.
So it's from Bill number 5897.
And Bill
Thank
number
you.
5897.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, there's a second, all right? Any discussion?
Just real quick, do we have any idea how much it's going to cost the city before we move forward with it?
Well,
It's an
no.
additional $4,000.
So it's not that much.
How much?
It's an additional $4,000.
Yes, Mr.
Now, consistency does go two ways, so we could raise theirs, or we could lower the others to the number of days they were mandated to be closed. Is that right?
I like
You
the
open
way
the door,
you think.
Craig.
You made a lot of friends there.
I'll have some pissed off neighbors.
Well, that's correct, isn't it?
Excuse my French.
Any other discussion? You ready to vote? We're voting on
The amendment.
the amendment now, and then we'll vote on the original motion. All in favor of the amendment, please vote. Or against the amendment, please vote.
Wait, so let's be clear that the motion is to amend Bill number 5897 by striking section 4. So
That's the
you're
motion.
voting to strike section 4 of the ordinance, which will leave the other 3 in.
Please vote. There are 6 aldermen seated. Yes, 6. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, Bob Simmons, all vote yes. The amendment to delete that section has been made. Now it's time to vote on the original motion minus the amendment to the motion. Any discussion? Please vote. Yes, 6 present. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote yes. Passed. We'll see you next meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That's the fastest I've seen government work. Thank you.
What are we on, 23 now?
Let's see.
We are on number 23.
Right. That follows 22, doesn't it? Trying to be funny. All right. Okay. This is a resolution adopting, let me see what I've done here. Adopting park user fees for the Parks and Recreation Department. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction?
Your Honor, this is a resolution adopting park user fees for the Parks and Recreation Department.
Thank you. And we will hear from Cindy Shook.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, this resolution adopts park user fees for 2021 and addresses increased fiscal demands to sustain the current level of service. Expenses such as administration, personnel, maintenance costs have been considered in the proposed change. New fees are being established for youth sports, aquatics, field rentals, dog park, and the campground. These fees represent a multi-year plan designed to offset the mandated minimum wage increases that are coming in 2023, although it keeps going up every year it'll eventually be at $12 an hour. These fees are designed to cover a phased-in wage increases of seasonal workers such as lifeguards, concessionaires, and day camp counselors. In addition, the minimum wage increase, the Parks Department is also being faced with a 25% decrease in subsidy due to the decline in sales tax revenues due to COVID. Therefore, additional fees are necessary to offset operational expenses. A survey has been attached of fees from area parks departments and other campgrounds with similar amenities as a reference. The attached fee schedule outlines the recommended fee changes for 2021. The Advisory Park Board voted to support and recommend the fee changes to the Board of Aldermen for approval. And I'd be happy to recommend the bill to the board.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
So moved.
There's been a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Yes, sir. Just for clarification again, Cindy, thank you for your report. What are our fees as in relation to surrounding areas, Springfield, Harrison, Fayetteville?
Yeah, Alderman Skanes, so did you see the survey that was attached? It shows kind of...
Which one of the 917 pages is that in?
It's a lot, for sure. So there's a survey, it kind of looks like this, and it talks about youth sports, and we try to do this every time. So, our park board, and I mean, it's one indicator, not, departments have different expenses, so it's only one way to look at. But if you look at, it surveys youth sports, and usually we look at Ozark and Nixon, Republic and Willard and that type of thing. Then there's team sports surveying it, and the dog park, aquatic center, and campground. I can read them, Alderman Skanes, or maybe Chad, you could let him.
Sister, I'm looking.
It should be right after our fee survey.
Page 331.
Okay. Wow, 331 pages.
331. 331.
Thank you. All right, I'm there. So pretty much across the board, we are the same or lower than our surrounding area.
We try to be very similar in our fees and try to keep them affordable. I mean, usually the median income in Taney County is probably a little bit lower than Christian County, so that's considered too, but we try to keep consistent with what other people do as well.
Do you figure these fees will cover what your needs are?
Yeah, so it's interesting. When you look at that, the campground would be, youth sports is really about providing kind of affordable service to the community and trying to recover, proportion of our costs. So we don't obviously take the same theory as, say, the campground or even rental fees. Those are looked at more of a, kind of a business and recovering the costs right into that. But I mean, I do think that these fees represent an increase, and I think they're in line, and I think they will help us with kind of our operating challenges for next year.
Any other questions or comments?
Mayor?
Yes.
Cindy, thanks for doing all this, by the way.
Sure.
One suggestion I would like to make is, as I was looking through this earlier, our campground fees are across the board are less than all the private campgrounds, the ABC Campground, Musicland, KOA, SDC, and Cooper Creek. I guess I want to make 2 points. One is, I don't know how healthy it is for the city to be competing with private enterprise and charging lower rates. On the surface, that doesn't fit well. But the other point is, our rates are between $5 and $14 less than these other comparables you have in here. And if we raised our rates by $10, we would, I think it would put the others at the private companies at a more fair playing field. And I'm not sure how many campground sites we lease per year. I know the dollar amount, I looked up the budget, the dollar amount was $800 and some $1,000 in fees from the campground. And if we averaged $40, I think it came up with maybe it was between 20 and 25,000 nights per year. And if we were able to raise it by $10, my math says that maybe we could generate an extra 200,000 and be competitive with the privately owned companies.
Sure. So, I mean, to respond to that, I definitely think you want to be on par with the businesses in town for sure. And I think that the survey that we have, not everybody always lists exactly their rates because private businesses have the opportunity to go down and raise rates depending on demand that, say, a public entity doesn't have. With that being said, our plan, as I mentioned, minimum wages going up to $12 starting in 2023. We're having to pass on a $1 increase next year. So you all will be seeing me again. So there will be incremental increases. But I think, you make a fair point. There was a great discussion in our park board about this. And so, I think the park board, it would be, do you want to increase it initially more off the bat? And, or do you want to increase it? I think our increases right now are 8 to 12%. So do you want to do that this year and then increase it next year and increase it next year, which is kind of our plan to do it incrementally to not give sticker shock? I think either way is okay. And I did some math because you had mentioned that to me in the before the meeting. And so again, our first 3 sites, the back end, the pull-throughs and lakefront sites, are an increase of $3 per site, proposed increase. And the next 2 are an increase of $5 as there's less pull-through sites and premium sites. So there was a higher increase there. And so more about supply and demand. But if we increased everything 12%, that would be something to consider too. I'm not sure that either theory is right or wrong. Just please know, I think we'll continue have to go up incrementally to recover additional costs.
Well, especially with the financial condition, and we could use a few more dollars in our bucket, city bucket, I would not be opposed of taking the leap to the full $10, making it more competitive with everybody else starting out. Our city campground gets rave reviews. Everybody wants to stay in the city campground. So I'm not a camper, but I don't know how much business we would lose, but the visitor would still be getting a fair price to stay at our campground.
Yeah, I took our recommendation from our campground manager after consultation and, consideration of area fees. But I think that you make a fair point. And again, my idea here was to increase incrementally, come back to you next year. But, and as far as your recommendation, I would personally, again, I think the fees right now range from 8 to 12%. If the board wants to see a higher increase, I would prefer to go at the higher end of the 12% rather than just $10. And that would make the fees, instead of suggested 39, it would go up each one to 40, 43, 46, 50, 61 if the board wants to go that direction, or if the board prefers to stick with the recommendation. I just wanted to kind of share my thoughts and the board's thoughts as well, the park board's.
Are you satisfied? You have any more to say?
So would you recommend the 12% increase of what you've submitted here?
So I would not be opposed to that. And I felt like there was very healthy discussion in our park board about this very issue. And I think I see both sides to it. We certainly want to do the fair and right thing. And knowing that we may continue to have to increase was my theory behind starting a little bit lower. But I wouldn't say I would be opposed to an adjustment of the campground fees based on your thoughts and based on our discussion with the park board.
So
I've got, when you're finished, let me know. I've got other folks that want to talk.
okay, yeah, so we're at the point where I don't know procedurally, would we, if we approve this and then go back later to increase the rates? Or would we increase the rates now before we approve this? You would make an amendment. It would be an amendment?
Yep, real simple, just make a motion.
You want other, are you?
Oh, here are more comments,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, Cindy, some context here. These prices for the other campgrounds, is that their current rate or this year's rate?
Yes, Alderman C, it is. It is absolutely. We contacted or looked on the website. I was just making a point that they are, private campgrounds can raise and lower their fees more commonly than we do, but those are their current rates as shown on their websites.
Do we advertise in Good Sam and?
We do. We do advertise in Good Sam.
Woodall's?
Well, Woodall's isn't really around so much anymore, but yes, Good Sam is a big one for us, and people can get a discount, a 10% discount, so that's a very popular thing.
And then another thing too is amenities, as far as like a pool. So these other campgrounds, I know ABC, I think they have 2 pools, indoor, outdoor. So there's, do we have any that are non-utility sites, like just dry camping, tent sites?
We don't. All of our sites are just full hookup sites. But to your point about amenities, I would agree that there are many campgrounds that have amenities that we don't have. Of course, we have amenities that they don't have. We're on the lake. We're next to the Branson Landing, some great next to downtown, those kind of things. So, yeah, I think that's an interesting point, and it depends on what people are looking for.
Right, and you know, I know enough about this to be dangerous, but back in the day when we were like $10 a night down here, we were $30 a night on the ridge.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, this is pretty commensurate. I mean, it's very competitive compared to the way it used to be. And not having the amenities, and so the premium sites are going to go up, looks like to 60. On
Yes.
our 2021?
Yes, and the super sites, and those would be considered higher level sites than the first 3 sites, and those, you know, the proposed sites as listed is the first 3 would go up $3, and the last 2 would go up $5 because those are, you know, more amenities, better sites.
Right, and is there still any, you know, free night, stay 7,
There
get
is.
1 free?
There is. If you stay a week, you pay 6 nights and get the 7th night free,
Right.
yes.
And I think a lot of these have ditched the other privates.
Yeah, that, people, again, the private campgrounds really have an opportunity to really amend their fees, you know, quickly. And
Some of them will go premium depending on what's happening, you know, out of Silver Dollar City, the fall, sometimes they'll do that too. We stay consistent with ours.
Yes.
Here at the city. I mean, knowing what I know, this is really close, really close.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm not against trying to bring in more revenue, but I mean, we're right in the ballpark on this.
Thank you, Alderman C. Alderman Simmons?
Yes, Alderman C just asked some of my questions, so I appreciate that. The amenities have always been a part of past discussions that they don't exactly match.
No.
And we do have the lakeside, which no one else has, of course, but we also move people out during flooding that no one else does. So,
Yes.
So I would like to see us though, and I could see some reason to do that now, but I would hate to go against the park board's decision here. I've been a past park board member, but to me, if you're looking at raising these and getting them a little more commensurate in the next 2 or 3 years, a big jump right now does not seem like a good business sense thing in a low time to have a large raise in prices and expect lower volume. It would make more sense to me to just say we're going to come back next year and maybe next year, and we may pick up a little bit of that each year and get a little closer to where the other area campgrounds are. So.
Yeah, Alderman Simmons, that's how we have historically done fees, but I wanted to have this discussion because it was similar discussion in our park board, and I think there is a lot of merits to both philosophies, just understanding, though, that we're going to have to continue to go up, whether we go up a little bit higher now or we go up next year. It's important to continue to be competitive and bring in additional revenue.
All right, any additional discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just want to ask, I'm sorry, Cindy, just give me the mind of Minolta between what the park board was thinking, where they were going to phase these in over 3 years versus going.
I think that they had a very similar discussion, and I think I told them I would share the discussion with this board, and if the board, it's ultimately, of course, your decision, but I think there was some torn discussion about it and seeing philosophies of both. So I don't think anyone is going to get their feelings heard as to whatever decision is made, and I'm certainly not, because, we're all just trying to do the right thing here.
Any other discussion? Are we ready to vote? Please vote. Six present, 6 yeses. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote yes.
Thank you.
Item 23 has passed. Thank you, Cindy, for the recommendations. And thanks to your park board. Thank them for us. Item number 24, Madam Clerk, please provide the introduction.
Your Honor, this is a resolution of support for workforce housing by Branson Affordable Homes Development, LLC, located off of Fall Creek Road.
Right. We have a staff report from Joe Hornicle.
Mayor, members of the board, we have a couple of requests before you all this evening, looking for your support as they're seeking Missouri Housing Development Commission funds this year in their application process. The first one we have is, I believe you have Deborah Shantz-Hart representing Branson Affordable Homes Development, LLC.
Thanks, Joel, Mayor, members of the board. So I am one of the members of the development team, and many of you may remember that we were here actually last July, and we asked for approval for an application very similar to what we're doing right now. We did receive in July a unanimous approval for support for our application to MHDC. Thankfully, actually, we received funding from MHDC and DED, and because of some environmental issues, we actually were required to relocate that development to a different site that's on Gulfview Drive. We were really sad by that because there was some great synergy that would exist if this affordable development could occur on this 55-acre tract of property off Fall Creek Road. We decided that we wanted to come back and ask the board again and to then also submit an application to MHDC to again propose a 40-unit workforce housing development on 4.5 acres within this 55-acre total tract. This is identical to what we proposed to you in July of 2019. The only exception to that is in 2019, the proposed location of the development was adjacent to the adjoining subdivision, Country Bluff. After a meeting with neighbors and talking to board members, we actually, with the development team, we made the decision to relocate the affordable development to the northwest, and so it's on the opposite side of the property from Country Bluff. So what we're asking for this evening is, again, a resolution of support, supporting our application for workforce housing on 4.5 acres on the northwest side of this 55-acre tract of property. The other things that we talked about when I was here almost a year and a half ago, was that we talked that Taney County had done a recent housing study. And while 40 units of housing, which we're delighted that we are going to get to build on Gulfview Drive, that doesn't really solve the housing shortage that the community is experiencing. We actually think there can be some great synergy by both of these developments happening. And one of the other things that we mentioned before, which is still true, is this comes with a path to home ownership for the tenant. So we're asking again for your support as we submit an application to MHDC. Again, the same application that we submitted last time, but again, this time the site is on the northwest side of the property. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Get this on the floor. Do I have a motion approving this resolution?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second's been made. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter?
My name is Cherry Webster. I live at 118 Country Bluff Drive, and I still live in the affordable workhouse development project called Country Bluff Estates. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Milton and Mr. Skanes. When I was here back in August for the zoning of this property, you were the only two voices that seemed to recognize that the residents should have a say-so in the processes that go along through here. And we had no say-so whatsoever because of the zoning by annexation. You did an excellent job finding that little sentence in Code 9434.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you're addressing us, please.
So, are you sure you want to support another resolution for someone who has no regard for your comprehensive plan? You've put a lot of effort and time and development into putting together a comprehensive plan that encourages landscaping, greenery, cluster housing with open green space for everyone to enjoy. Do you really want to support a developer who doesn't know how to go in and cut roads? Somebody who just needs a blank slate? That's so old school, totally old school. Your city staff has even hired 2 planners that happen to be arborists. If you go to the effort of trying to build a good design and a good plan, why don't you hold the developers to that? And I really think you had an opportunity to do that back in February with the annexation, because the more people that I talk to, particularly the ones that have lived here for a lengthy time, they know that the county has no codes, no building codes, no building inspectors. You can build a house with no insulation, who's going to know? Any land development codes? So I can't believe that someone up there didn't know that he was going to pull a stunt like February 12th, the morning after the first reading. He's going to go out there and knock down 42 acres of trees. And I especially wonder, I mean, I made the comment in August that maybe you guys got snookered, but when the chairman of the Taney County Planning Commission in 2006, when this parcel was rezoned, I would think that person, of all people, would have known the kind of antics that he might try and pull. And Mr. Mayor, you were the chairman of that planning commission then.
No good deed has gone unnoticed, right?
So, are you sure you want to support someone who doesn't even follow his own engineer's soil erosion and stormwater plans? When he submitted a land disturbance permit on June the 4th, again, February 12th to June the 4th, he's already taken the trees down. His plan states, it's like 6 items here. Let me read them off. Number 6 is remove the trees. Well, what might be the ones before that? The items before that are to construct silt fences, silt socks or barriers where indicated, and rock check dams. None of that was done until not just the 14 days after he tore the trees down, but then he pleaded oh, I have engineering issues, please delay the second reading. So you delayed it until March 19th, and then he came back and pleaded, oh, I need more time. Well, he took 6 to 8 weeks to burn those 42 acres of trees on site. No silk socks, no sock barriers, no rock check jams. Number 4, conduct a sediment basin. I'd like to see that. Eventually, there are 2 gravel dams, and in between the 2, there's a little bit of a pond, but there is no basin. And number 6 is remove the trees. He doesn't even follow his own engineer's designs. Is that the kind of developer that you want to support for a resolution on this parcel?
Jerry, I would ask that you would address us, please.
In addition to the basin, there is also, let me go a little bit farther on the basin. The graphic that is included in the plan, this is the SWIP, the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan. The shaded area that shows the basin looks to be 200 feet wide, because the way it's positioned, it's from one end of lot 34 to the other end of lot 35, and both of those lots are 100 feet wide. And then it looks like it's maybe about 250, 300 feet long. That is not the pond that's down there right now. And the notation on the engineering chart says, install gravel and riprap filter basin. There is not one riprap over there. And the gravel only got there, again, because of the DNR. Mr. Ruda tore down all the trees at the end of February, and guess what happens in March? It rains. And guess what happens in April? It rains. And when you're raining down a slope, it washes all the sediment and the stormwater onto the joining properties. And that's why Kirby Dieterman was out there almost every day doing sediment testing. So I'd like to see the basin, and I'd like to see the basin now. And I'm pretty sure, Mr. Mayor, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure that you're the one that said, well, once we get the property into the city, then we can control things. Well, why can't you make him install this basin now? There is still stormwater running off. Not so much this summer. He got off easy because it didn't rain. But another item on his soil erosion plan is that he is supposed to hydroseed or apply seed and straw. He did not hydroseed. That would have been nice. It would have plastered the seed on there, and it probably would have stayed when it rained. He did put seed down, but there was not one stick of straw, not one bale. And so when it rained, all the grass seed ran down to the bottom of the hill. So the month of June, there was absolutely no rain, and all of the grass that came up burnt up. So we have had a mess over there. It is a blight, a 42 acres of blight. The cow pasture at our entrance looks gorgeous compared to Mr. Brutus' parcel. Right now, what is up there is bare dirt, horrendous weeds, ugly weeds, and brown, burned up grass. I don't know if it's perennial or not. The last time I spoke to the DNR, I was told that he was not allowed to close out his land disturbance permit, that he has to keep that permit with the city and the one that he has with the DNR until there is 70% vegetation across 100% of the disturbed area. I don't know that that's the case right now. Certainly not live vegetation, and certainly not grassy vegetation. Do you really want to support another resolution for the kind of developer who performs his tasks in that fashion? Do you want to support a developer who selectively brings in what county plans of intent have been established? He only wanted to bring in the zoning. Why not bring in the 50-foot buffer? It seems like everything he's done is pretty much legal. Ethical, that's a whole different story. Fair, that's a whole different story. Qualities of a good developer, no way. When I say legal, there was one little oops. Didn't bother to read the contract, his HUD contract. You got to leave the property alone until you finish doing the environmental assessment, or you lose the right to future disaster relief funds. I don't know why he has to have this new resolution on the original parcel. He's had to move it. He was going to lose the $5 million disaster relief funds if he didn't move it to another site. So now you've got your affordable housing project. Let him do it. Let's see, can he do that site without pulling the kind of stunts he's pulled on this original site next door to Country Bluff? Do you really want to support this kind of development? I don't think you can trust the man. What are the next antics going to be? And when are you going to get around to enforcing him to implement his stormwater and sediment erosion plan? So my request is that you vote no. You know, sometimes when you have bad behavior, you get to sit out. There's time out. Just let him go work the other project off of Gulfview for a while. I'm not sure that our Ward 3 aldermen represent us in Country Bluff Estates. They seem to be more interested in supporting developers. I tried to find what your job description was on your website today, and I couldn't find it. Mr. White Ice and Ms. King were kind enough to come and listen to the people in the subdivision last night, but they came with the initial attitude of, we're going to vote for this, and told us why. And then we explained why you might not want to, and I just reiterated to you again some of the other items that you might want to consider. I get the impression most of you want that low-income feather in your cap. You're getting it here and there throughout the city with Brian Stallings, some other development down here, and you're going to get the original project just on a different site. So I don't know why the rush. If you're going to vote yes, just wait until the next board meeting. Just wait 2 weeks. What is 2 weeks going to do? Might not meet Mr. Ruta's time schedule or his timetable, but during that 2 weeks, you can reevaluate all these antics that we've seen, and then try and develop a plan and anticipate what is going to come next, because there are going to be other things to come next. For example, he does not have a 20-foot easement for sewer. And in order to do gravity sewer, he's got to come through, ideally, according to the Utilities Department, the southwest corner of Lot 35, where the culvert is, where the culvert overflows. In the 11 years that I've lived there, that culvert has overflowed, I think, 4 times. But since February, it's overflowed 2 or 3 times because the water coming off of Ruta's parcel exacerbates the water that comes off the street. And the last time it rained on Memorial Day was the worst I've seen in 11 years. I'm surprised one of the neighbors didn't have flooding, and I'm surprised the other neighbor still has a driveway because the water was flowing way beyond the boundaries. And the next street down, they had to call the city street sweepers to come and scoop up all the mud that had overflowed the boundaries of the creek. So the stormwater issue is a major issue that has not been resolved. My issue with it is minor compared to the other people in the neighborhood, but his water still comes down my property, snakes around a pile of rocks, erodes the soil on the trees, the tree roots are being exposed, and then it goes right on down to the street, hangs a hard right, and dumps mud and water and takes away the vegetation in its path. It needs to be fixed. Do you really want to give him another resolution when he hasn't even bothered to implement his plan to date? So I would suggest that you wait 2 weeks. 2 weeks would be a really good wait. And I know Mr. Ruta won't like it, but sometimes bad actions have consequences. Just let him sit it out for a while. And when you do decide to vote, would you please attach to your letter to the MHDC a list of all the antics that you've experienced to date? Because they should know. They should know the kind of developer that's coming to them begging for money. And I hope you consider that this time. Thank you.
Any other comments, speaking?
I'd just like to give Dan and his people an opportunity to respond. I mean, I do appreciate the issue of water runoff. I think we all do that, but I think they need to be given their opportunity to respond as well, so.
It's entirely up to them.
So Debbie Hart again. So I'm going to let Dan speak because I actually, so the things that you were just talked about were things that, there are really two groups here. So there's the group of people that own the land, and then there's this affordable housing group, and the two groups are not identical. And so I think that we need to kind of clarify again what we're asking for support for. So the resolution of support is to support a development on 4.5 acres out of this larger tract. The property is currently appropriately zoned. There are no other impediments from a planning perspective. We still, of course, have to meet all city requirements, but we're asking for support for just the development. And so I just wanted to refocus the board to say that that's what we're asking for. And the comment about delaying that, so two things. First, the applicant for MHDC is not, there's not identity of interest between the owner and the applicant. So we, my group does not own any part of the land. So we're asking you to do the resolution of support. It is time sensitive because the applications are due this week, and so that's important. And the other thing I would just reiterate to you is, you know, when I came and spoke to you in July of 2019, we talked about, you know, the Taney County had just completed their housing study. And one of the things that I'm sure you all are aware that is a big obstacle for growth and development in your community is the accessibility of affordable housing for your service industry jobs. And that's the reason why I believe that the project was funded and received funding last year, but 40 units of housing barely scratches the surface based on what the market study and what your own housing study said the tremendous need is. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and then I know Dan wants to speak as well, but I just
Could I ask you just a quick question?
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry to take that off.
We're going to ask the same question, probably. Go ahead.
I don't know. You said that the two entities were not identical.
No.
Would you describe who are in each one of the entities?
Sure. The property is owned by the Rudas and the Combs, and they are minority participants in the development entity, which also includes myself, Riley Shantz, Tammy Creason.
And that's who's involved with the land portion?
We're the developers for the affordable project.
Okay, and then who's in the other? You said it was two separate groups?
The Rudas and the Combs are the landowners,
okay.
and they are a minority piece of the development entity.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could we put up, if I get a chance, page 344 of 917, so I can get an idea on that? My question would be, and maybe to Dan, I don't know, the issues that she raised, do they apply to this 4.5 acres on the northwest corner, which seems to be far away from the housing subdivision?
Well, so we would be required to do detention on our, oh, that's small.
Yeah, get her big. The red dot's in the wrong place. I get that.
Yeah. So we would be required to provide for our detention for our 40-unit development, and we would be required to do that on our site to keep additional water from coming from our development. And the comment about, two other comments, the comment about, you know, the tree removal, I mean, we have a pretty dense site. We're building 40 units on 4.5 acres. So, and while we did change sites, the environmental clearance had actually occurred. We just had, but we changed sites because that was becoming a problem and a delay between the two state agencies of MHDC and DED. But the environmental clearance happened while the trees were still standing. funding, and the reality is, if we were ready to start construction, we would have had to clear that site because there's not a practical way to build 40 units on 4.5 acres without taking trees down. Now, we would plan to replant, but you can't, sadly, you can't do it with a very tree-filled lot.
So the issue of water runoff is really not the issue for that area, that's what I'm trying to get to.
No,
It's off further, if I can cite it.
Yes, I would think that that's true. So if you can, that's not a good map, but if you can imagine that the site along Fall Creek Road is here, Country Bluff is here, we're over here.
The 50-foot buffer would not apply there as well
No,
because
sir.
it's far away from, I'm
Right.
just trying to get this.
Right, no, I completely
fleshed out as
understand.
well.
And I apologize, I don't have a better map for you.
I've seen it enough times, but I just wanted to get that on the record because I do share their concerns about the water runoff. Had it been my house or Bob's house or Stan's house or Larry's house, we wouldn't have liked that either. But I'm trying to get to the point that that particular spot right there does not apply from
No.
what I'm gathering.
Right, no, that would be my answer, that no, it would not apply. And we are certainly well more than 50 feet. I mean, we're probably 200 or 300 feet
Okay,
from
thank
the
you.
site.
Mayor.
Yes, Larry. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff.
Before we get too far ahead, I want to put you on the spot, Joel, but could you address what we're talking about here tonight as far as the resolution?
Quite simply, we do these from time to time. We've had the wonderful opportunity as a community to benefit from the Missouri Housing Development Commission's grants. There are other properties within the city that have successfully been awarded grants and have developed, and it's definitely helped out. There's a far greater need, as pointed out with the Taney County housing study that was provided March of last year. And so this year, at the last meeting, we had an applicant come forward and ask for your all's support. It's part of their application process. They have a checklist, if you will, of things they can provide, and this resolution of support is just one of those items. Obviously, the more items they have, the better they respond to those items, the better their application is to the commission. So that's what they're doing. They're trying to check off one of those items on their application that needs to be turned in this week.
Right, so there's nothing binding here.
It's a resolution. I mean, so it's non-binding, and it's simply your all's support so they can add that document to their application.
Sort of that keeps their process moving down.
Correct.
While we deal. So in all reality on this project, do we really have any teeth yet?
Again, I mean, this is such early point in the project to get your support. They've got a much longer road to go down before we can really start talking about building permits and construction and things like that. But yes, you have a significantly sized book of codes and ordinances for the city that myself, along with all the other departments, enforce on your behalf to make sure they follow the rules.
But nothing we can exercise right here.
At this point, again, it's a resolution simply asking for your support.
Right, and I would have to back Cherry there too on that. I lived there for 14 years. And that swath you're talking about on the runoff, I mean, one time it was impassable in 14 years. And it seems to be pretty predominant now. And I know the cul-de-sac was right behind my house. There was a lot of runoff and the mud and debris, or silt basically there.
Sure.
So yeah, I agree, something's got to be fixed soon.
Yeah, not to get into the weeds, but there are several home sites in that subdivision that should not have been allowed to be built on.
Absolutely.
They are in low-lying areas.
Right.
I think it was pointed out also tonight that the culvert underneath the main road is woefully undersized for the amount of water, and the watershed that's going through there well beyond the limits of the property of the applicant tonight.
At one time, it was charming, and now it's out of control. Sure. Running back there, so. Okay, that's my input.
Yeah.
Any other? Yeah.
Joel, I appreciate the question from Cherry. Now that it's annexed in the city, doesn't the city have any controls over stormwater? I mean, the runoff and the flooding and the putting all the mud in the neighboring subdivision? We don't have any controls over that at all?
A few things just to point out. So when we annexed the property, when the city annexed the property, we annexed it in the state it was in at that time. And so at that time of annexation, it was already cleared. It had been cleared in the county through a permit. And if there were conditions that were put in place by the county, and when that permit was pulled from the county, it was their responsibility to enforce those conditions that they set on that property. Unfortunately, they weren't the cities, so we weren't a party to that.
So what you're saying is the silt fencing, the riprap, we can't enforce any of that because it came in from the county and the county wasn't enforcing that?
That is my understanding to this point, that they pulled a permit from the county to clear the trees. And what rules and regulations specifically the county has during that operation, I can't speak to. I'm only aware of the rules and regulations we have as a city.
Ma'am, we have this rule about one speaking once on a topic, unless there's an alderman that says they want you to come back up.
Chair, I'd like you to come back up, please.
The stormwater prevention pollution plan I was talking about was one of the submittal documents on the land disturbance permit that was applied for in the city and was approved in July. It's one of the documents he submitted to the city. So it's on your land disturbance permit, not the one in the county. And to speak to Ms. Hart's comment that the low-income portion up by the road on the northwest side, it's up on the hill. But you know what happens when it rains? The water runs down the hill. And so the water's running down the hill from the low-income housing 5 acres. And that is the slope that, again, the stormwater plan says there's supposed to be a rock check every 50 linear feet. There's not one up there, let alone one every 50 feet. So yes, he took down the trees under a county permit, but you've got the plan on your land disturbance permit.
Joel, would you speak to that?
So if I would have been allowed to finish before she asked to come up and speak, what I was going to say was they did then request a land disturbance permit after the annexation, but again, being in the state it was in, had it been an active construction site and they be working on the project that they applied for, I would almost certainly believe that those things would be in place. But again, as they've stated tonight, they've relocated that project and their attention now is on that other site and they're waiting to see, what's going to happen with this current application and things. So as far as the enforcement of what the land disturbance permit and things, I would have to defer and talk with the Public Works and Kirby Dieterman staff and understand what the status of it is right now.
But it is a Branson land disturbance permit.
Correct. After annexation, they did request and receive a land disturbance permit. That is correct.
But for the site where they're building, which is up in that northwest corner.
That's correct. Not for the entire property.
Yeah,
that's correct.
And I appreciate the fact, I know Bill was trying to define those differences, but the parcel we're talking about does sit on the higher side of the land, so that mud does flow down to Country Bluff. Is that right, Joel?
I'm sorry, the question?
I believe where this 4.5 acres we're talking about, doesn't the runoff flow down from that 4.5 acre tract to Country Bluff?
It has since that landform was created, and there's never been a barrier in place up till this point preventing any of the runoff from that property and beyond. So actually the construction that will take place on this property, I believe will improve the hydrology of that property.
I know, but in the meantime, we got mud flowing into Country Bluff.
I understand.
So I think that's what the question is. Is that something that, it is a Branson land disturbance permit.
That's right.
That property, the 4.5 acres we're talking about, that does have runoff onto Country Bluff. We should have some authority, some responsibility to that.
It's an active and an open permit. And permits have 180 days. And in the sense of a land disturbance permit, they actually have 2 years that permit can remain open and active. So again, without having the exact status, I'd have to talk with Kirby Dieterman and figure out where we're at on that. I apologize.
Okay, I would sure like to see us enforce. Go ahead, Bob.
DNR requires most of that runoff stuff to be done prior to disturbing the land, do they not?
It is a requirement of the city of Branson when you get a land disturbance permit to get certain other SWIPs and approvals from the state. Those items do not have to be in place prior to issuance of the permit for the city's land disturbance permit, but they do have to be in place prior to construction beginning.
I've never seen any silt fences in this area go up after the construction. They always go up prior to the construction. I got to feel that's because it's required.
Well, that's why I said that it is required to be up before construction starts, but it doesn't have to be up before we issue the permit.
Yeah. So there's nothing in that 180 days that anyone can do about the runoff. However, if this new project was to be approved and was to come back for disturbance, they would have to apply for another permit?
They still have an open, active land disturbance permit on the Fall Creek site.
That's been close to 180 days, hasn't it?
No, I don't believe so.
You don't think so?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So before they do anything, they would need to put this drainage in.
Absolutely.
And basically, it would be somewhat similar to the requirements that Cherry read there, right? Those sound like normal requirements.
Yeah, I mean, silt fence in place, silt socks in place, whatever erosion control measure they decide to put in place, that's correct.
But
again, construction, building permits were never issued for the Fall Creek site. Construction never, quote unquote, started on the Fall Creek site. The property was cleared, but active construction, grading, installation of infrastructure, none of that was initiated because building permits were never issued for that project.
Now, the building permit would be issued to who? You have two entities here. Who would the building permit be issued to?
Well, it's the same applicant that's asking for your support on the resolution. It's the group that's doing the affordable housing project. Yeah. That's correct.
Okay. Okay, then my follow-up question to that is, that's not their land between the development and Country Bluff Estates.
Correct.
That's a different owner.
Correct.
And so would the building permit require anything on that property?
And again, that's just it. The land disturbance is for the 4.5 acre property. The other remaining X amount of acres was cleared under a permit from the county.
So we still don't have any control over runoff. Even if this other project goes through and gets built, we still don't have any control over the runoff that's causing a problem at the culvert and downstream.
I believe that this project will be the next opportunity to address that, yes.
Yeah, but it won't be this project that they're asking for approval for. It would be projects further down the line.
Right, but again, this is upstream from the outlet of the property into Country Bluff Estates. So any measures to slow the water down is going to be helpful.
Some little commitment to do something about that water would go a long ways here.
Mr. Whitus?
Just as a, well, go ahead.
I just think there's some confusion. So the land disturbance permit was my group's land disturbance permit. We had applied for that land disturbance permit as we were proceeding to start construction on this site. And then we didn't do anything with it because we changed sites. So we would have followed all of the requirements that would have been necessary for the land disturbance to minimize runoff from our 4.5 acres. So it was our 4.5 acre land disturbance permit that we filed in anticipation of starting construction. And again, it would have, we had a plan, you know, we would have been required to handle detention created by our site, and that was in our civil engineering plan. We stopped that, though, because we changed sites. So it was our plan. I didn't think that was clear, so that's why I wanted to interrupt. I'm sorry.
And that request, I think, was at the request of the Country Bluff property owners who asked you all to move from one site to another site. I'm talking about the original site on the corner over to the northwest side.
We moved twice.
Yeah.
We did first, the first move is in response to the Country Bluff neighbors, we moved to the northwest side of this property. And then we subsequently, after filing the land disturbance permit application and going through the process with the city, because of DED concern, we moved to the Gulf View Drive site. So we moved our site twice, but it was our land disturbance permit. So I just wanted to clear that up because I didn't think that was clear.
And it did show, in that land disturbance permit, it did show retention on your site.
Yes,
and
sir.
as you mentioned, that is a very dense site because
Yes.
of 40 units on 4.5 acres.
Yes, and we did have a cooperative agreement with the landowners that we were doing detention for not just our site, but some additional property, and that was part of our agreement with the landowner. But yes, that was absolutely required.
So I believe that Jamie White has had.
I'm just going to speak as Ward 3 Alderman. We met with the group last night, Country Bluff. I mean, I've been back and forth on this thing the whole time. Now, I understand the need for affordable housing. I also know that we've got projects going on. We've got the Elevate Branson project. We've got the project that we just approved last meeting for off Wildwood Drive, and then they're moving their project to Valley View, Golf Drive, across right there behind Thousand Hills. I would like to see how those progress and move forward. The other thing is I hate putting more people off Fall Creek Road with the way Fall Creek Road is. I know that's a county road, but I want to see more that the county makes us aware that they're going to do improvements to Fall Creek Road before we put any more people off that road, because it is a very dangerous road. And so right now, I am a no for the resolution.
I would like to invite Mr. Ruda to speak, if that's okay.
You're going to do it, huh?
Good evening. I'm Dan Ruda, 245 South Wildwood Drive. So this process has been going on for, it's not a year, okay? We bought the property back 12 years ago, paid a lot of money for it, got it zoned before it came, okay? Paid a lot of money for it because we thought we were going to do a different type of development, okay? 2008 came and the world changed. That's fine, nobody's fault. Combs and the Rudas, we took the leadership role, and that's the decision we made. So then, for the last umpteen years, this community's been talking about needing workforce housing. Wish somebody'd do something. Wish somebody'd take some risk. Okay? I think everybody in the room pretty much knows workforce housing, entry-level housing, the margins are extremely slim. In Branson, they're even slimmer. Reason you don't see it, they don't make economic sense. Land's too expensive, infrastructure's too expensive, and the income levels, we don't have union jobs here. We don't have 50,000, we don't have the workforce making $50,000 a piece in a household. We have $40,000 households, not $100,000 households. All those put a lot of pressure, and the problem is it can't be solved. Anyway, okay. So here's the challenge that we feel, okay, is a year ago we came and got overwhelming support, obviously. I don't think our group's insensitive to the neighbors. But the fact does remain that the 20-some years that development's been there, it's flooded numerous times, and those several people that are in the floodplain get continually flooded. The challenge that our group has is, to some degree, and I'm not here to whine. I mean, obviously it is what it is, okay? We'd like to develop it. We have to develop it. And we'd like to do this because we think that it's very, very important to the to the community, okay? But there is a path to develop it with other things. This one, what makes the most sense and is the best for the community. A year ago, after we had the meeting and the neighbors were upset that the city, okay, didn't ask them their input, called an ad hoc meeting. We went to it. A few of you were there. It was quite a meeting. And from a developer standpoint, those of you that were there, I think can realize that the issues that were brought up that night are entirely different than the issues, some of the issues being brought up tonight. That's fine. It's a year later. But when you have property and you're trying to run a business and you're spending lots of money, because nobody has talked about the little deal about working on this project for a year, okay? And I'm not going to get there because I do want to address the specific issues that came up because that's what we need to do. We're not going anywhere. Mark and Dan and the Combs boys aren't going to pick up our toys and go back to Kansas City or New York, right? This is our home. Okay, so I think we're here. We have broad shoulders, we'll take it. Okay, we really do want to do the right thing. But the process keeps changing. So that night primarily was they didn't want the affordable housing to them. Got brought up numerous times. Low rent people, Decided that didn't play very good. Okay, they brought up a big issue was the Fall Creek Road being expanded. Okay. Getting widened there, okay? We bought the property. They built a residential deal. We're doing a compatible project next to them. But in that process, the Root and the Combs have worked with the county, and I know Stan and some of the other city officials have talked too. Today, we got a letter, okay, from Devin, saying that it's in the budget, they're gonna widen the road, okay? And they're gonna widen it into the entrance into Country Bluff also, as well as our two entrances, okay? The other thing that does, it widens the road, whatever that is, 15 or 20% of Fall Creek to get it from Wildwood Drive out to 165, which is important for relieving traffic also, offering other alternatives. So that is substantively also talking to the commissioners, and per the letter, I'll send it to you tomorrow. Actually, we have a copy. We can provide you one if you want to see it tonight, but we do have it, saying that it is in the budget and they are going to build it, okay? And as you saw out there, the stakes, if any of you have driven. So that came up a year ago. I can assure you that our group has worked on it continually trying to solve it. You know, the trees and the issues came up, okay? I don't make the rules. I'm just like all of you that have businesses. We all try to follow them. Okay? And the county has different rules about development and clearing than everybody else, than the city does. Two different entities, I get it. We followed them, okay? And we continue to follow them. So we came into, and so we cleared it because the rules with trees inside the city are a little more rigorous and costly than they are in the county. And the development that we have to do to pay for the land and to try to maximize its return, okay, is going to mean that it's got to be a dense site. The single biggest problem, as all of you can appreciate, and what Debbie just said, it's not 40 units on 4.5 acres, guys. It's 40 units on 4.5 acres and streets and driveways and garages. The amount of land that's left is minimal, okay? And if you try to keep a tree, all of us know this, and you disturb the roots under the drip line of a tree, it dies. So then it becomes a problem for the neighborhood. You're much better to vegetate it. So anyway, the road, we talked about the road, okay? Talked about why the trees were done, whether it was right or wrong, okay? It was. We did apply and get the DNR permit, okay? And I do take challenge of the neighbor talking about that we haven't done anything. Go out there and look at it. It is not adequate to maintain the water. The water that comes off of our track, okay, is only half the water. Water is draining through us. There's another 35 acres that drains through us down to Country Bluffs. Okay? So we heard that. I get it. This development team is not insensitive to it. Okay? So what we did last week, the mayor has been in continual contact, trying to resolve the issue and be sensitive to the neighbors. We understand that. So we met again with 2 of the aldermen and several of the city admin people and the mayor, and went kind of through the process and where we were at in anticipation of this meeting also. In that process, we made very clear, and I think everybody in that meeting understood it, is that to help solve that problem, our team made an offer to the city in anticipation that the neighbors would also like it in the spirit of doing something to compromise. And so our development team went out and said, we will immediately, subject to the city, okay? And the reason you guys probably haven't heard about it is that the mayor is always very correct and appropriate and follows the requirements of listening to you and getting your buy-in before he speaks, appropriately so, as well as the staff. But basically, last week at a meeting, we very clearly said, we will build the retention to a 25-year event to control not only our water, but the water coming on us, and we will start as soon as we can, if we get this project, okay? And the city brings water to us under Fall Creek. Okay? Why did that seem to make sense? It's not only the cost of building this facility, it's also that we had to give up 2 to 3 more acres of land for the water basin. It's a big deal. We already paid land, and every time we give it up, it just puts more pressure on the rest of the land. But we made that commitment. I think everybody understood it, and it's still out there. Okay? And our intent was, the spirit of that was to try to get that as a means to, because we can keep fighting, right? We can keep doing it, and we're not insensitive to what they have there, okay? But if we just keep fighting, okay, as all of you, as any of them would, is that it's a business deal, okay? And we're under tremendous pressure, and our group is, to do something. We've sat on the land and paid taxes and had capital, a large amount of capital invested, okay? I think most of you probably have a pretty good idea how much we paid for it, okay? For now 12 years. And there's a need. So that's how we started. And that intention was good. So today I went out there. Today, we all know, now we haven't had a significant downpour. So that's it. But we've had 2 days of rain. Okay? So regardless of whether there's a downpour and whether the water, stormwater, topped the road, I think all of us would say, you have 2 days of rain in a new area that's been disturbed, the water's going to have a lot of sediment. That's what we've been hearing. Okay? So this afternoon, early afternoon, after the rain stopped, I went and took pictures of that stream running through the upper side and the lower side of the tubes. Okay? So I'm going to give those to you. These were taken today.
Dan, you need to hand them to the clerk for the official thing. I'm doing things proper. See, I'm doing things.
So I took those. So I took those pictures today, and I guess I'd like you to see them. What you can tell, I took them on my phone. You can go out there in the morning. What it shows is several things, okay? One, the water is in the very narrowest portion of the runoff, okay? Two, if you look at them close, and it's per camera, the water's clear. I can tell you, I would have taken a glass and drank it. Okay, because I know what's above it. Now, the biggest risk of that it's above it is animal, okay, waste. Okay? Other than that, the water is clear. Okay? And I'm not saying that this was a major storm, but it rained for a day and a half. And the fact is that if there was no retention there and the rock structures that she says are not there, is they actually worked pretty good. And I think the pictures show that. So my point, I guess, of all this, okay? So I'll bring up the trees. There were some issues about you took all the trees down, you took some of our trees. Mr. Ruda was a big ogre, and he's going to tear down our sign. That's our entrance sign. Bad on him. The Rudas, you know, I don't know why Combs is there. No, they're not here. I don't know why. It's always just the Rudas. I guess they're talking about Mark. It's surely not me.
It's Mark.
Yeah. But anyway, my comment is, so there was also concerns about the signs, the trees, the road, that I also was a big bad ogre about their road. So maybe some of you maybe some of you don't. But I am human, okay? And I have tried, whether I did a good enough job, showed restraint of when somebody badgers me and I hear my name in the paper about 4 or 5 times, and I think some of it's tremendously exaggerated, I have a pretty hard time not telling the other side of the story. Okay? So one of the other questions that came up, that the neighbors have bashed at and said that Ruda was also bad, and that the roads within the subdivision, their subdivisions are city roads. The road between the subdivision and Fall Creek is not. The city's been maintaining it. And I said, that's not quite right. That's taxpayer money. That's my money. It's your money. It's everybody's money. So I said, guys, that isn't right. I mean, let's all point fingers here. Okay? Quite frankly, as you'll also see in those pictures, their sign, okay? In my mind, I'm a developer. Okay? They are development. If I come and put my sign in your front yard, I think most of us in this room would say that's not quite right. Okay? And it's been there for a period of time. And when somebody bashes you, and every day you get up in the paper and you say, well, that Ruda, I mean, I've started believing it. Okay? And you think, I'm giving you have your sign in my front door at my entrance, and I've let you do that at no charge, and you did it without asking. That eats at you. So all that to say, and I can go on and on. So there's other comments on both sides. I'll fess up right here, okay? I got a little aggressive in the tree deal. Probably shouldn't have. Okay? But we are where we are. There's been sins committed on both sides, and we're here as a community. And I think we all really know that the right thing to do, so there's a proposal out there that makes so much sense to me. Okay? And if we can kiss and make up with the neighbors, there's water right across Country Drive that you can cut that road and put it in for 10 or 15,000. Or now that the county's going to do the work, instead of boring it and somebody paying 40 or 50,000 to bore the road, is we cut the road right before we overlay it and we bury the pipe. Okay? But Dan probably can't do that because I'm a developer, you're the city. But there's lots of opportunity and lots of things that we made that presentation to the city, to only 2 aldermen, okay, and the mayor, and some staff people, okay?
The alderman of that ward.
Alderman of that ward, so, because it wasn't a public meeting, so there was nothing bad intention. They spent not only time with you, the neighbors, they spent time with us trying to get the information. On their time, free. my comment is that what the development team knew is that this makes so much sense, but it takes a little time for all this to gurgle up and get worked out. Okay? So here's my point, and I can go on and on, but here's really the point that needs to be done. Okay? Maybe there's been mistakes on all of us. I can't go back and remake 30-year-old trees. Okay? I can make it green again. It can be left a meadow. Okay? The neighbor, the College of the Ozarks, has a 50-acre pasture that everybody seems to like. Okay? I don't think I ought to give up the 50, there's 30 feet next to the neighbors and theirs. I don't think I ought to be giving up 50 feet there and then having setbacks from it. I think that's enough of a setback because obviously their homes are within 20 feet of some of their backyards. But we're willing to work with that. But I'm not going to sit here and make a commitment tonight, just like I don't think any of you would, when it keeps moving, when the target keeps moving. Mark and Dan and the Combses and Debbie and her team, when things keep moving, it just keeps costing money. We want closure. So where we're at today, we've made a commitment. And the city side of it can probably be done cheaper. Okay? And we're willing to build that and start it if and as soon as our project gets approved. Okay? Because at that point in time, we're going to start spending infrastructure to build a 25-year retention facility and put the land in there to support the water. And get started as soon and if the project gets approved by the state, which is about the end of November. Okay? And willing to do that and start spending our money again. And to me, I understand a lot of her comments. If I was Dan Ruda sitting there listening to it, I'd say, boy, that's pretty compelling. Not insensitive to how all of you might feel. Okay? There is other sides to the rest of this story. And I think those pictures are fairly compelling that it wasn't just whitewashed and ignored. Because water doesn't look like that if it was. But it isn't going to solve the problem unless we get started on the bigger facility. And the bigger facility will not stop the 100-year event. We get a 10-incher that comes down in 2 hours, it will use the spillway of this facility. Okay? I did not make the decision to build those several homes in a flood area. Okay? I can't do anything about it. But I can tell you as a community, okay, the Rudas and the Combs, if this is not approved, we're going to do something. We're in the city. We have zoning. Okay? The market is right to do something. Okay? Will we be entrepreneurial and not necessarily as sensitive as we should be? We'll try. Okay? But it's time to start working together, and the best way to solve this problem is to go ahead and hopefully get this because it fills a greater need. And two, it also starts the infrastructure so the Ruda and the Combs can start doing, we've made a commitment, a verbal commitment to the city because it makes economic sense to build more workforce housing on between the, if you will, the creek area up towards the highway, which is a part of where the MHDC property is. So I'm guessing that acreage is 25 acres, okay? A portion of it, we were kind of looking for light commercial, I don't know, Joel's new zoning requirements, but a significant amount of workforce housing. The best way to solve this problem is to do it. We'll make that commitment on the retention, which is the most important thing to the neighbors. And at the same time, it starts the process of getting the development done so we can reseed it, revegetate it, and make it and control the water. The good thing is we have, okay, as the city knows, I think Stan knows, you know, the neighbors, they're struggling, just like I would be if I were in their neighborhood and that was my world, okay? So we've had a sign up there trying to sell the property since a year after, 2 years post 2008 when the economy changed. We've had several people look at it. Everybody wanted to pay half of what we thought it was worth because they wanted to put an estate there, or 2 estates. So now the neighbors are worried about, well, they still got the sign up, it's for sale. What if the Ruta and Combses go away and we get a worse guy in there that doesn't feel any responsibility? And I get all those concerns. I'm going to just say this in the ending. Guys, the right thing to do is to do this. Hopefully we get it approved. We'll start construction. What that does, it gives us the synergy to start putting in the retention that we committed to. I've come up, public group is committed to, subject to us getting that and the city bringing us water, which I'm telling you, at most, it's a $50,000 deal. And if we all cooperated as a community, can be a $10,000 or $15,000 deal, okay? And that provides the infrastructure for us to start developing the rest of the property and ultimately revegetating it. You have any questions before I sit down?
Dan, the only thing is, Mark, you say you have a copy of the letter from the county?
Yeah.
Could we have that either made a copy of?
Yeah, no, you can have.
Get it to the clerk, please, pass it down?
Mr. Mayor, if there are no more questions, I would call for the question to move on this.
Okay. There's a call for the question. Is there any reason to vote?
If the Alderwoman wishes to speak.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say that I have spent time with both our Country Bluff estate residents as well as Ruta and the development team. And the key issues that I've seen, I see intention for those issues to be addressed. They're not going to be addressed overnight. The safety of Fall Creek, I'm hearing intention of that being addressed by the county. The water issue, I'm hearing the intention of the 25-year retention plan of that taking place. The trees, thank you for stating that you were aggressive with the trees, because I believe that you were very aggressive with the trees. I drove through that neighborhood to see it with my own eyes, and it was heartbreaking. I can't imagine if I had to look out my back window and stare at that every day. But to your point, moving forward with the project, if you do get funding that allows for some vegetation and replanting to occur, it's not going to happen overnight, but I see the intention there. I've heard a lot about a lack of communication. Country Bluff wants to see a plan. They want to know what's happening. They feel like it keeps changing and they're not informed. But understanding the planning and zoning process, if you apply with this application and get approved, you do have to go through the planning and zoning process where there are rules and regulations and measures and public meetings for citizens, residents to show up and be heard and be present and be a part of that collaboration. So for those reasons, I would like to just point out, I want to see compromise. I hear a lot of tit for tat. I hear a lot of retaliation. I think we need affordable housing. We do have other projects taking place to progress with that. So I am in support of a compromise and moving forward on this. And representing Ward 3, I know it won't make everyone happy, but I would just ask that we work together on progressing through these solutions moving forward.
Thank you, Julia.
Mr. Mayor, I would call for the question now. We've had a long conversation.
All right.
I'd just like to make a few points. Number one, I'm not sure I read that letter to say that, yes, they're going to put that road in. It sounds like they're in the planning and discussion processes, and I didn't see where it said it was in the budget. just for the record.
If I could tell,
Yeah.
because I understand what Bill's saying. I spoke with the county commission today. They have the road widening is at 50% engineering. It's done at 50%. It's being done by.
We can't hear you that well, Stan.
Got to get him a microphone for that.
I spoke with the county commissioners today, and I had Keith speak with the road supervisor. The engineering is about 50% done for widening of the road. It is in progress. They are going to widen the road regardless of this project, whether the project actually occurs or not, but they're not going to widen it as much if it doesn't occur or doesn't have the opportunity to move forward. They told me that it's with Great River Engineering is the one doing the engineering. It's already staked out, and that it's at about 50% right now. So that's where they are.
And I don't want to step on Larry, but that's from Wildwood to 165?
That was across from, it was from the Country Bluff area across past the Ruta area. I did talk to them about possibly, and this is what I told them from my perspective, I would love for us to be able to, hopefully, when life gets back to normal, partner with the county to do the whole road.
Right.
Right now, we don't have the funds to do that, and the county doesn't have the funds to do the whole road.
Okay, so it's at least that area
It's
and
that
down.
section. It's kind of like what they've done up at the other end, or what we did up at the other end, and what they did down where the water overflowed the roadway.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and Dan, I think I heard you say that,
Larry, if I could, just
Yeah,
to
sure.
address this. I'm just going to tell you, okay? I begged, pleaded, okay, talked to two of the commissioners to have Delvin get that today because they didn't vote. They got, processes to follow also. But they assured me that they were going to do it, as Stan said. They're just like us. Everybody wants to see progress if they're going to make commitments. So the Rutas and the Combs have stepped up and said, guys, we'll take it and we'll do this. The county is saying the same thing, but Devin and Mr. Williams communicated that it's in the budget to do it based on whether they do the lesser amount or the more amount based on the approval of this project.
okay, I just want to make, for clarity.
That's what I've been communicated.
I just wanted to communicate that the letter we just passed around didn't mention the budget, but that's okay. So Dan's agreeing to do these things, but there's something in there also about the city bringing water. Is that, did I hear a $50,000 figure? Dan? You don't know anything about that?
So the proposal, so obviously there's not been anything agreed to because your other aldermen would not do that, nor had they, and nor have they made any indication at all. I'm speaking totally as a taxpayer and a community person trying to get a project done. So what I was trying to do, Larry, was I made the proposal of trying to stop a stalemate, and as Julia said, the tit for tat and the continual arguing that we can just keep talking about it is because time kills projects too, okay? So anyway, the answer is there's water in two places. City water is not currently on the Fall Creek project. There is water running down on the, going into Country Bluff. There's city water running down on the left-hand side of the road. That section of road is still is private, owned by the development. The roads, once you get to the subdivision, are city streets and city infrastructure, okay? And city water running down the road, okay? So there are several, and there's also water on the other side of Fall Creek on the Thousand Hills side, but obviously it's a county road and they don't want it torn up, okay? So my thought was, in the spirit of that offer, you're exactly right, okay, is that I said the Ruta and the Combs would do the retention to the 25-year event and start immediately after the project being approved, okay, with the point that the city would bring water one way or the other to the site. The worst case is, okay, I wasn't planning on putting all this out for public discussion tonight because I thought it'd be better if it was negotiated with calmer minds, okay, in a business-like fashion. But there are several options. One is, if the developer does it, we have to bore under Fall Creek Road, tap it down on both sides. It's got to be sleeved because it's under a public road. So if it breaks, they don't want to have to tear up the road to get it so they can pull the pipe out. So it costs more to do it. I don't know that exact number. You know, we've done some $40,000 or $50,000, okay? That's Ruta's number. City never told me any of this, okay? So that's one end of the spectrum. Okay, and for that, we were trying to solve the problem for our neighbors and give up additional land and solve the water not only from our property, but the 30 acres that is coming down through it, okay? And not only the water, the additional water that we cause from development, but also past water, which that's what your regulations are, okay? Is to try to solve both of those to a 25-year event, Larry. We were making that commitment. Okay? So my comment was, you're saying, yes, so the number was 50,000, but it can be done for significantly less if one of two things can happen. Before, the county's going to do the road. When they widen it, if the project's approved, they're going to overlay the whole thing. Okay? Is that you cut the road immediately before, put the pipe in, work that with the city because we're all trying to work together, okay, and put it in there. That's one option. Or we all decide that, you know, hopefully the Ruta and the Combses are trying to do something with the water runoff, and the city goes back to our neighbors and says, guys, let us cut the road and take that across there as part of the city making the commitment to take the water to it because it'll be cheaper, and us doing that for the benefit of giving you a lot better stormwater protection. So that was my comment, Larry, that I was anticipating that over the next month or two would all hopefully get worked out. And so if that could happen, what I'm pulling a number from my hip again. Okay, you have city people here, I'm guessing is a $15,000 deal to cut that road and take the water across.
Okay. I'm not sure the proposal, but we're going to talk about putting in grass and things because Country Bluff, they don't want to wait another 30, 60, 120, 180 days, right? Have continued mud erosion. So, in putting in that detention pond, you'll start that when this is approved?
Yeah, I'm saying.
It's okay. I got it.
End of November.
End of November.
If we get it for, it'll be the end of November, the 1st of December, we got to get it engineered, Larry. I mean, but we will start it, we will commit the resources to get it done expeditiously, which will solve the problem.
Okay.
Is it time to call the question?
The question's been called.
Wait.
Go ahead, Lisa. We're on.
I want to get home before 12 o'clock tonight. This is taking too long.
If the mayor wants to recognize the call for a question, that would be in a form of a motion. If you want to call for a question or.
And there needs to be a
Okay,
second.
And it'd be a second.
I can call the question. Is that what you're saying?
No, it would be, to call the
motion?
question is actually a motion.
Yeah. There's a motion to call the question.
Mayor, I make a motion to call the cotton picking
Is there a
question.
second?
Second.
All in favor
Please vote.
or against? Five yes, one no. Julia King, yes. Larry Melton, yes. Jimmy Whitus, no. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. And Bob Simmons, yes. Question's been called. Please vote. Showing 5 yes, 1 no. Julia King, yes. Larry Milton, yes. Jamie Whitus, no. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. Passes 5-1.
I'm sure it's time for a break, Mayor.
Bathroom
We need to take a break.
Yeah.
5-minute break. It's, we'll come back
They
at
take more than 5, Mayor?
25 till 9. That's actually 6 or 7 minute break.
Dan, Mark, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. Present. Thank you. This is item number 25. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the information for this item?
Excuse me.
Your Honor, this is a resolution of support for Senior Affordable Housing Rehabilitation Project by IRC Manager LLC within the property located at 218 South Old County Road, Branson, Missouri.
All right, staff report from Joe Hornicle.
Mayor, members of the board, as I promised earlier, this is our second item asking for your all's support so they can submit their application to the Missouri Housing Development Commission. We do have Sam Cantonese Jr. on the phone with us this evening who will make the presentation for this request.
Okay. We're ready to hear? All right.
Hello?
Hello. Welcome. Please state your name and your address, please.
My name is Sam Catanese, and my business address is 7701 East Kellogg, Suite 820, Wichita, Kansas, 67207.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, we're putting in a tax credit application on a project there in Branson called Branson Manor, which is a senior housing project. And we are putting in a tax credit application with MHDC for the renovation of the project. And we were looking for a letter of support for the rehab of the project.
Okay.
To go with our tax credit application.
Okay. Any other comments? All right.
That's about it.
Okay. Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
So move on. Let's get it started.
Second? Second. All right. We have a motion and a second. Just anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any aldermen wishing to speak to this matter? This is very similar to the last. It's a resolution. Go ahead, Mr. Simmons.
I would just like to ask if, can you tell us a little bit about the status of the project? This is normally, over the years, just being a citizen, this project has had waiting lists to get into it for many, many years. Is that still the case, or is that something you're trying to encourage with this remodeling?
No, we still have an ongoing waiting list. We've actually submitted this application a number of times to, this will be our third year in a row, submitting it to MHDC for the rehab. We're hoping, we've been told that we're pretty much in line to get this. But the project, all of our Section 8 senior facilities of this sort all have waiting lists in the state of Kansas and Missouri.
Thank you.
Any other alderman questions?
Just a quick question. This Alderman C., what year was that building built?
It was built in 1981.
So does this include exterior and interior stuff, or?
Yeah, we're focusing mainly on all the mechanical systems, meaning heating and air, which has all not been touched since 1981, all the plumbing that's corroded throughout the project. We got 2 elevators that need to be updated. We're putting in all new Energy Star windows and sliding doors, and updating cabinetry throughout the project.
Gotcha, thanks. It sounds like you're due.
Mr. Mayor, just one question.
Absolutely.
With updating this is going to require a sprinkler system, correct?
Should already do that.
5-story?
It is partially, it's 5 stories on one side and 3 stories on the other. So my understanding is, and this would be more of a question probably for my partner, but yeah, I believe we will be doing sprinklers. we're going to be completely coated.
Thank you, Sam.
Any other questions?
Joel,
Yes, Alderman.
Joel, where's this location again?
It's on Old County Road. It's just about a block south of 76 Country Boulevard.
What's it near? Or
So it's near the intersection of Cliff Drive and Old County Road. So it's just to the west of the Catholic Church, Our Lady of the Lake Catholic Church.
Okay.
I know where that is now.
All right. Any other questions? Just a comment, they got their information in on time. There's at least 3 or 4 others that came to us wanting resolutions that came too late. And so this one came in on time, and you ready to vote? Please vote. Six present, 6 yes. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote yes. Passes 6-0. All right. Thank you, Sam.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All righty. Item number 26. Please, Madam Clerk. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Discussion of the audit findings. And so I'm going to ask, we will begin with the discussion of the 2019 audit findings performed by Cochran, Head, Vick and Company, PC, for the City of Branson. We'll now have a staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. This is for our fiscal year 2019 audit. I have Michael Keenan, who is a partner with Cochran, Head and Vick, and I believe he is via Zoom. He is going to address you with the audit findings.
Okay.
Michael, can you hear us?
He may have not planned for it to be this late, right?
Well, I just talked to him, yeah.
He's muted. I mean, he's in the meeting. Presumably, hopefully he can hear us. Michael, are you there? Oh, something's happening here. All right, one moment.
Do we want to try to come back to this when he's available?
He's in. Can you unmute yourself, Michael?
Sounds like a Nationwide commercial, doesn't it?
He's going on mute and back. That's interesting.
Okay, there he is.
Where he was. Michael, can you speak? Because oh. Sorry about that. That was on our side. Michael, can you hear us okay now? If you unmute yourself, we can hear you now.
Well.
We're so close, I promise. Do you have his phone? Do you have a phone?
I'll be right back.
We're so close. If he unmutes himself, we could hear, and he can hear us, and we can go. But I'm showing he's currently muted right now. Oh, there we go. You're unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Sorry about that. Some of that was on us.
Sorry about that. I've been trying to get that up.
Now we are ready. We're ready for you to present. If you start your presentation, we can see your screen, and
okay.
You can proceed. There you go. Perfect.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Keenan, I'm with the auditing firm of Cochran, Hedvick and Company here to present the results of the financial and compliance for the fiscal year ended December 31, 2019. A little bit about Cochran, Hedvick and Company. We've been serving Missouri and Kansas since 1975. We have a peer review where an outside auditing firm will come in and review our quality control standards, and we have been awarded the highest rating as a result of that peer review. And we're members of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants as well as other professional organizations. The scope of the audit is the basic financial statements, which includes the comprehensive annual financial report, also known as the CAFR. That's the large document in your reporting package. The city has participated in the GFOA, Certificate for Achievement in Excellent Financial Reporting. It should be noted that the city has been awarded that great award 14 consecutive years, and it's believed that this current CAFR will also satisfy that program. Our responsibilities is to conduct our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards as well as government auditing standards. Also plan and perform our audit to obtain reasonable but not absolute assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatement, and also report on internal controls over financial reporting and compliance with laws and regulations. The Auditing Standards Board of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the AICPA, recommend that we communicate these matters to the governing board. Illegal acts, none came to our attention as a result of performing our audit procedures. There were no significant changes in accounting policies for 2019. We're pleased to report we had no difficulties or disagreements with management, and we had full cooperation and access to the books and records. A financial and compliance audit really addresses these three basic questions. Question one, are the financial statements free of material misstatement? We have issued an unmodified opinion that indeed the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects, commonly referred to as a clean opinion. That's the highest level of assurance we can provide on a financial statement. Question two, are internal controls over financial reporting adequately designed and operating effectively? We did not identify any deficiencies in internal controls that we consider to be a material weakness. Had we done so, we would have had to report those to the governing board. Finally, did the city comply in all material respects to finance-related laws and regulations? Again, no material noncompliance was noted with the finance-related laws and regulations that govern the city's operations. Under management letter comments, there are some future accounting pronouncements. The most significant one that might have an impact on the city is GASB number 87. That deals with leases. However, that's not effective until the fiscal year ended 12/31/2022. And I've had conversations with Jamie and staff on what information is needed to implement that. So I believe the city will be ready when it's time to implement that standard. Finally, Cochran Hedvick certainly appreciates the opportunity to serve as the auditors for the city of Branson. I would like to thank City Manager Stan Dobbins, as well as Finance Director Jamie Roush and the staff at the city who assisted us in our engagement. Very professional staff and a joy to work with and very helpful. Are there any questions regarding the audit or anything I might be able to answer?
At this time, Alderman, any questions? Or anyone from the audience that wish to ask questions? Okay. Alderman?
Mr. Mayor, just make us, and thank you for your cordial greeting as well. So you didn't find any material weaknesses. There were no management concerns. Everything was audited according to GAAP and government accounting principles. Do you find that our books fairly represent the way they're supposed to be run?
I do.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah.
Mr. Milton?
Michael, this is Alderman Milton. Would you, for the public, since we're in a public meeting, would you verify that the regarding the public safety tax, that after your review, you're sharing with us that you have found no supplanting in the public safety tax?
Based on our procedures, we did not become aware of any supplanting regarding the public safety tax.
Thank you very much.
Any other alderman? Do we need to take an action of approval? No? All right, just a report. Any other comments? Then thank you. Thank you for coming online with us.
Thank you very much. Everybody have a great evening.
Thank you. Ready to head to item number 27, Madam Clerk. It's a public hearing. Would you please share, or do I just go ahead and, no, I ask you to share, please.
Your Honor, this is a public hearing and a resolution of support from the City of Branson, Missouri, stating intent to seek funding through the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program and authorizing the mayor to pursue activities in an attempt to secure funding.
I will now open this public hearing. Have a staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. Elevate Branson intends to apply for the CDBG grants, which is the Community Development Block Grant with their disaster relief, in hopes for the Elevate Branson Hope Village in order to address a lack of affordable housing. The project, the amount that they're going for, I believe, is $1.97 million, which is only 29% of the total project cost. I have Southwest Missouri Council of Governments Brandon Jensen here to speak to you a little bit more about that, and Elevate Branson is also here as well.
Welcome, Brandon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Jamie and members of the board.
Brandon, just for the record, I need to have your full name and address.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Jensen. Our office address is 110 Park Central Square in Springfield, Missouri, 65806.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I can't tell y'all how many times I've accidentally typed Branson Jensen instead of Brandon Jensen, so I definitely understand it. So as Jamie said, I'm here to provide an overview of the grant application that we intend to submit on behalf of Elevate Branson. It'll be very similar to what we did at the last meeting, so there are a set of required items that I need to cover, and then I'll open it up to any questions, along with Brian Stallings from Elevate Branson, if there's anything on the private project side that you'd like to inquire about. So I'm going to run through this list. Feel free to stop me at any time, but this is basically notifying the public that the city intends to submit an application for CDBG funds. These funds can only be accessed via a unit of local government. They can be applied for on behalf of nonprofit agencies, which is what we're presenting today. The name of the project is Elevate Branson Public Infrastructure in Support of Affordable Housing. The specific location of the project is an unaddressed parcel immediately adjacent to Elevate Branson, generally located at 310 Gretna Road, Branson, Missouri 65616. It is bordered to the north and the east by undeveloped woodland, to the west by Gretna Road and Branson Inn, and to the south by Elevate Branson. Every CDBG application requires a national objective to be applied under it. These include low to moderate income and elimination of slum and blight and emergencies. We will be applying under low to moderate income with limited clientele. Based on the folks that are intended to be served by this project, they all would be considered as low and moderate income under CDBG's standards. So the purpose of this project, the CDBG funds will be used for design and engineering and then subsequent construction of public infrastructure. Specifically, those improvements include a street extension from Gretna Road as well as a street that loops through the development, providing access to the units. A detention pond to achieve development or to achieve runoff rates that are less than pre-development on the property. An 8-inch public water main extension along with 3 fire hydrants, an 8-inch gravity sewer main with manholes, and potentially a mid-block pedestrian crossing on Gretna to provide access to nearby job opportunities for the residents that will be living on the property. This infrastructure is in support of the project that Elevate Branson is leading to construct 48 400 square foot homes, 2 micro enterprise opportunities, as well as a missions bunkhouse and community centers. So in order to address the lack of affordable housing, especially that within walking distance of most jobs along Highway 76, Elevate Branson is proposing to build this Elevate Community Village, which is a master plan community, and will provide permanent housing to those displaced by the 2017 historical flooding in Branson, as well as low and moderate income households and defined vulnerable populations. So since the property is currently undeveloped, there is no displacement of persons anticipated. I will provide an overview of the project funding. So starting off with the grant that we are applying for, it totals to $1,965,000. $270,000 of that will go towards the water distribution system. $270,000 will go towards sanitary sewer. $108,000 will go towards storm sewer improvements. $162,000 towards streets and roads. $50,000 for lighting. $100,000 for sidewalks. $300,000 for site preparation, $100,000 for security fencing, and $250,000 in electrical distribution lines, for a total of $1,610,000 for public facilities. It also includes $125,000 for engineering and design, $100,000 for engineering, construction, inspection, and $25,000 for other professional services for a total of $250,000. In addition, it includes $100,000 for clearance and demolition of the site, as well as $5,000 for grant administration, bringing us to a total of $1.965 million. The sub-applicant, Elevate Branson, is also bringing a total of $2,275,150. This will be used to cover $4,400 of property survey work, $750 of appraisal, $220,000 to cover private roads on the site, $1,856,000 for the construction of those 48 affordable units, $144,000 in foundational work, and $50,000 in architectural design. In addition, there are private cash funds being contributed to the project in the amount of $2,450,000 for construction of those supportive services that will be on site. So that's that community theater, chapel, the welcome center, and then the other skills training buildings. That brings our total project amount to $6,690,150. With no funds coming directly from the city except for those that are provided by the CDBG grant. In terms of timeline for the project that we're looking at, we anticipate receiving, if awarded, the funding notification by the end of the year. The environmental review clearance, which I'll speak on the process here in a second, is anticipated by May of 2021, with construction to start in November of that same year. 50% construction would be completed in May 2022, 100% construction completed in October of 22, and then project closeout by the end of December 2022. This project includes the City of Branson as a lead applicant, SIMCOG as a sub-applicant for project management, and Elevate Branson as a sub-applicant for all construction activities exclusive of that which is funded under the CDBG-DR grant for public infrastructure. As far as environmental impacts on natural, human, and man-made environments, there are none that we are aware of to date. As I said, we'll undergo a process for environmental review, and I'll talk about what all that will cover. But based on my experience with other CDBG projects, as we talked about last time, the only environmental impact that I can anticipate is the impact of bat species, since there will be the removal of some on-site vegetation. So the only impact that could have on the project is just controlling when that site demolition and clearance can occur between November and March. As far as all anticipated environmental impacts to the project from the surrounding environment, the only one that we anticipate are potential noise impacts, but those have been mitigated by a revised site design. This was a result of a process that Elevate Branson went through last year. So they got some insight on that. Additionally, we would anticipate conducting a phase 1 environmental site assessment, which will work to identify any potential hazardous materials on site if the project is awarded by CDBG funding. As far as required permitting, all applicable local permits would be required, as well as a state land disturbance permit. Potential, as far as mitigation measures, project modifications and conditions for approval, I already talked about that. Potential modification in the demolition and clearance timeline related to bats. So talking about the general overview of CDBG environmental review procedures, it's a multi-step process. So at first we would look at the types of activities that are anticipated to occur, since this does include construction on previously undeveloped land. It will be at a heightened environmental review requirement. So no construction activities would be allowed to begin on site until we achieve environmental clearance and receive all conditions of approval from state and federal agencies. That's what that May 2021 date is anticipated to be. So at the start of the environmental review process, we would initiate consultation with the State Historic Preservation Office, who would review any existing structures on site, of which there are none, as well as the existing fill materials and then sources of any additional fill that will need to be brought on site. It would also involve consultation with any Indian tribe or Indian and Native American tribes that have a vested interest in the area, and all other environmental agencies would be given a chance to review the project. We would complete a statutory checklist that includes analysis of hazardous materials, impacts to floodplains and wetlands, noise, water quality. There's about 20 different items that we'll have to look at to ensure that there aren't any additional environmental impacts generated by the project. As part of that, if there are any potential impacts, we would receive a condition of approval that would be required to be met. So common ones are the use of silt erosion, silt fencing to help control soil erosion on site, and improve water quality. So we would receive all those conditions of approval, complete the environmental review record, have the city's chief elected officer sign off on it, and then submit it to the agency for review and preliminary approval. At which point, whenever they say it looks good, we would start a public and agency comment period of 30 days. So we would put it out for the public to provide any comments on any potential environmental issues that they think we may have missed, as well as for any agencies that provided a comment earlier in the process. After that comment period is completed and we've addressed all submitted concerns, we would submit the request for the release of funds, which starts a 15-day state review period, culminating in the agency issuing an authorization to use grant funds, at which time construction activities can begin. I have been designated as the preparer of the environmental review. Again, Brandon Jensen, Associate Planner with SIMCOG. So that's everything that I am required to run through for the grant application, but I welcome any and all questions you might have.
Brendan, thank you. Very thorough.
The state requires it.
I figured that. Now open for public comments. Is there anyone in the public wishing to comment on this project? Are there any aldermen wishing to comment on this project?
Just a quick question. The electricity is going to be underground there, from what I gather? Will it be poled, though?
According to the preliminary engineering report that Elevate Branson has had completed for the project, It would be undergrounded from the pole that I believe is in Gretna Road right-of-way to the units.
The timeframes, are those pretty tight? Are we given any variances on that for running into things like these nasty cedar trees need to be taken out for environmental impact? I say that with a vein of humor.
Yes, sir. Yeah. CDBG essentially asked for this timeline just so they can understand that we have a solid plan for moving forward. A lot of their funds are honestly obligated from previous funding years, dating back, some of them date back even to 2008. And so with a lot of the strings that come with federal funds, the agencies are required to get those expended by a certain date. So they really just want to know that we have a plan to expend these funds in a timely manner.
Which funds have to be expended first, the donated funds or the CDBG funds, or are they concurrent?
Due to the nature of the phasing of the project, this infrastructure has to be completed before the actual units can be constructed. So it would be expenditure of the grant funds preceding I mean, there would be some activities that could occur simultaneously or before. So that'd be the property survey and appraisal process. But a majority of the other expenses couldn't occur until the infrastructure is in place on site.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments from Alderman? Then I declare the public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion adopting the resolution?
So moved. Second.
Second. All right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak regarding this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak regarding this matter? Hearing none, please vote.
I'd just like to say thank you. My previous life, I had your job.
Yes,
I had to come in
6.
front of aldermen and do this. Thank you.
6 present. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, Bob Simmons, all vote yes. Passes 6-0. All right. Ready to move on. Thank you. Good to see you, Brian. Item number 28.
Your Honor, this is a resolution approving the annual operating and capital budgets of the Branson Convention Center from January 1, 2021 to December 31st, 2021.
Thank you. Have a staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. We have Sam, General Manager with the Branson Convention Center, here to give a quick slide presentation and to let you know about what the budget looks like for this next year.
Welcome, Sam.
Thank you very much. No, that's no problem. You can leave it.
Full name and address, please.
Sam Voisin, 224 Side Hill Drive, Ridgedale, Missouri. Thank you for the time. I'll be very brief but succinct. In front of you is the 2021 projected budget for the Branson Convention Center. And after much back and forth and scrubbing of the budgets on the expense side and twisting of the arms for clients on the revenue side, we've come up with what we feel is a budget that is moderately risked taking, so to speak, in this current COVID environment. I must say that the caveat here to any of these numbers would be that we hope, we pray, but we prepare, of course, for the worst and hope for the best. But what this budget is it does not assume that there's a second wave of COVID or another type of pandemic. It does not assume that there's further cancellations due to that second wave. And also, it does not assume any further travel restrictions corporately, either imposed governmentally or individually by corporations. And it also, the disclaimer here, obviously is going to be that civil, political, or financial unrest due to any of the above we just mentioned. So what it's looking like is it's looking much better than the 2020, thankfully. You can see here that the 21 budget that we're projecting a gross income of almost $3 million. If we were to compare that to a non-COVID year, which was actually one of the better years, is 2019, prior to the pandemic, was a $3.8 million revenue line item. And so while we are budgeting better, we are not as robust as a normal year because we do feel that it'll take a little bit of time to get back on track after this industry has been hit so hard, the meetings industry. And you can see that net salaries and benefits, and I'll go over some of the details of that shortly of some of the other expenses, but in 2019, we were at 2.1. We decreased that to 1.3 this year because of expenses, and we're projecting to go back up to 1.9. Once again, not as robust in spending because we want to insulate ourselves and be conservative for the possibilities that are unknown at the moment for 21. So you can see that direct expenses are down from a non-COVID year, but up from this year. And that's due to filling some positions that are key to actually execute the events that we have on the books. So the net income or loss from the operations that we're projecting is right around $350,000 or so. Once again, subject to the caveats that we just talked about. And you can see, once again, not as robust, however, much better than where we'll end up this year. You'll also see that the marketing fund expenditures are way up compared to previous years. And the reason for that is my personal philosophy is that if the marketing funds are available, then I want to use all of them for very specific reasons. And if it's there, we need to take advantage of it as much as possible. So I budgeted $495 out of the $500 that's annual. If you go to the next page, here's a few highlights and notable items from what we just went over. The forecasted number of event days for 21 is 240. So right now in 2020, we're at 156. So you can see that it is getting better. The forecasted attendance out of those 240 event days are right around 54,000. And we're estimating that the actual by the end of this year is going to be only 38,000, of course, due to everything that we know. And then once again, the differences of the net loss or gain projected year end, we just went over there. Here's some notable events for next year. While there's 21 events that rescheduled from this year to next year, there's also additional events such as the return of the American Cornhole competition, Memorial Day weekend. That's going to be a big deal. We had very high attendance. Branson is a great location for this cornhole competition, and we've actually bid on the national championship that is in 2023. And right now I'm in negotiations to host a series of cornhole competitions that will be on CBS Sports. So hopefully that'll work out. Some other notable meetings, Destination Meets. That's a reverse trade show where meeting planners come in and we pitch to them. Return of Missouri Baptist Convention, very well-attended event there. And we're, of course, rebooking 2 Waltrip ministry programs and some other dance and cheer competitions that are very lucrative for the building. As we said, we don't know exactly what the crystal ball says for 21, but what we do know and what we do want to do is control what we can, and we can control expenses while trying to increase revenues. So the goal is to reorganize the operating staff structure, which I've already done. That's going to continue through 2021. And that's about a 40% reduction from a non-COVID year in staffing. So it's quite a bit of savings. I'm going to continue furloughs and salary reductions when they're necessary. So if we see that we're about to go off track, then that mechanism is going to kick into play again.
Sam, may I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
How difficult is it for you all to attract talent in order to fill those? If you furlough them, how quick can you pull them back?
It depends on the actual position. We don't have a full bench yet. We're about 4 full-timers down. And those full-timers are directly event related. And so when the events pick up, then we have to go ahead and fill the bench on that. It is always difficult to find great talent in this industry because it is a niche industry. So absolutely.
Thank you.
We're going to audit the utilities and controls. So I've actually started that already. I've found about a $40,000 savings already just by different category assignments and some other nice little tricks of the trade there. And once again, to insulate ourselves from what is the unknown next year, our vendor agreements, I'm auditing all of them and renegotiating all vendor agreements so that we get better partnerships, but yet better rates. And, you know, it's just like anyone at home. We want to focus on critical needs and not wants in these interesting times. So certainly in business, we're doing the same. Then you have to increase revenues. Instead of just decrease expenses, we have to increase the top line revenues. So how are we going to do that? I have about a 70-page Venue Shield booklet that is a comprehensive operational guideline of how to operate within a COVID environment. And through ASM Global, that is rolled out worldwide. Branson has the benefit of that. And it's how do you operate safely with patrons and your staff in this type of uncertain environment. And it's been very successful. In some large markets like Chicago, they've adopted the same thing as Branson, Missouri has. So what that's doing is creating a lot of confidence in the meeting planners to say that I'm going to come to Branson because it's safe. We're going to utilize the marketing fund, like we just talked about, to actively, not passively, gain business. So kind of the edict there is that we're going to offer incentives, just no different from developer incentives or what have you, to make sure that we increase our business instead of passive advertising that may or may not get someone's attention. We're certainly going to get their attention. If we bring them here, they experience Branson for sure. We've already started this, and we will continue to strengthen it, and that is create a triad. And what is a triad? That is it's a team of three, and that's going to be the CVB, the Hilton, and the Branson Convention Center team. And we're going to go out and sell together. We're going to go out and have we have a mission statement, we have meeting agendas, and we meet twice a month, and we go over the type of business that we want to target and the type of business that we need for the future to solidify what we're talking about on the budget. So a teaming approach is going to equal revenue. A teaming approach is going to equal efficiencies, and the meeting planners, once they feel safe, now they want to see streamlined operations, and that's what we'll have for sure.
Sam, I'm glad to hear that because we put that in the TCED contract years ago in order to move that forward. It's really encouraging to hear that.
Thank you. Within that triad, we're going to do it a team sales blitz. So we have identified 3,000 clients that have we've had lost business to other cities or other, such as date conflicts or rate resistance. We're going to contact them again, let them know we're open, we're safe, and we're fun. That's number one thing, number two, should I say. And we're also going to explore sponsorship opportunities. So within the building, so the Taneycomo Ballroom, may be a local business named for the ballroom. And of course, that would generate revenue as well. If you go to the next slide, this is hot off the press as of this morning. So I do appreciate you putting this in very last minute. This is the estimated economic impact of next year. And the chamber really worked. There's over 240 events that you have to run calculations with of different angular, like it's a slide ruler thing. So it took them 4 days to do it, I think night and day. So I want to thank them publicly. But they did it and because we have great partnerships. And what this says is that we're estimating out of the 50,000 plus people that I had mentioned earlier, the 240 plus event days, a $43 million economic impact. And that's based upon, if you want to go to the next slide, that's based upon this methodology. and that is hotel room nights times attendance and days that you're coming in, and not everyone's going to be from out of town, so there's a percentage of that that's counted and not counted within that economic impact model. This just so happens to be the Crappie Expo example, which you met Wally a little bit earlier this evening, and we're certainly taking care of him, and that event is very competitive. Cities are now really bidding up to get that event in their city because we're estimating probably 30,000 people. This example does not say that because we want to be real conservative. So worst case scenario, he has almost a $2 million economic impact. Best case scenario is 8 times this. So you can see where this is. And it's based on spending and hotel room nights and shopping and those types of things. So very, very good news. And that's just one event that we're using as an example. So I believe what we're asking is for you to approve the 21 budget as stated. And if you have any questions, I would certainly like to field that right now.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Boy, you guys are anxious.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience wishing, thank you. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes. Mr. Milton.
Sam, every time I hear you speak, it sounds like a breath of fresh air. The two largest points you made, I believe, is your triad approach. I think synergy, right? 1 + 1 = 3, and utilizing the marketing budget.
Right.
It's hard to say I'm pleased with a $350,000 loss, but it sure seems like we're in the right direction. I just want to commend you and your team.
Sir, thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I want to echo, Larry, and I want to state what we had stated years ago. We actually put that into the tourism district contract to require that.
Right.
I don't know what happened to it all during this time frame before now, but that was the way this thing was supposed to be done.
Right.
That was our intent. If you're going to spend $8-9 million on the tourism district side, and the city of Branson's going to spend so much to set up the convention center, what was happening at the time was people were being turned away because they weren't being referred out to those other entities out there. But the issue of spending that marketing fund, it's very impressive to me because if you got it available, spend it.
Right.
Bring business to town. $20, $30, $40, $50, $60,000, maybe $100,000 of expenditure's not going to do any good. It takes at least that much money you put in that budget. I don't know specifically what you intended on doing with it, but it's encouraging.
Yep.
And it should be from the people's point of view from Branson that it's a heck of an effort.
I do appreciate that. Every dollar should be spent as if it's your own. And even though it's taxpayer dollars, that doesn't mean that's free money for anyone. People work hard for their taxes to be paid, so we want to make sure that they're spent correctly and everyone knows how they're spent.
Any other comments? Please vote. Six aldermen present, 6 yes. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote yes. Passes 6-0. Thank you. Going on to item number 29, if I can just get it done here.
Your Honor, this is a resolution approving the disposition of surplus property.
Okay. Have a staff report from Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. If you recall, we just did an auction not too long ago for some of our surplus property, and we brought in over $55,000 from that auction. So what the intent of this is to allow us to surplus this property so that we can do another auction with these items and possibly generate some more funds. Staff does recommend approval of this. Thank you.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
So moved.
Second. Is there a second? Yes. All right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Is it my understanding that our city staff are not allowed to participate in the auction?
That is correct.
And I think the auction is actually handled by an organization that does that for cities across.
Purple Wave is the vendor, and they do it, and it's all online. It's pretty seamless, so.
Julie, you're looking for that 2006 Ford truck?
Any other questions? Please vote. Six present, six yes. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons, for the record, have all voted yes. Passed 6-0. Item number 30, we've got a process here we're needing to amend. So, Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction?
Your Honor, this is the public hearing and first reading of Bill number 5900, an ordinance adopting a budget, a capital program, a pay merit plan, a reserve policy for the city of Branson, Missouri for the fiscal year January 1, 2021 through December 31st, 2021.
Begin with a staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. We held a special budget meeting and we went through in detail the budget and how it was going to look for you all, and we have talked about it in the Finance Committee as well. We are presenting it tonight for first reading, for first approval. There is one caveat in the ordinance, I believe, on line section 3, the ordinance. It says fiscal year 2020 for the pay plan merit, and we need to change that because it's 2021. So that is the change that we needed. Also, the only changes from the budget tonight from that special budget meeting that we held was based upon y'all's recommendation that we reduce the social services from 100,000 down to 70,000, and that change is made in there as well. And we added our reserve policy to the back of our budget, and that is the only change that was made. And I'm here and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 5900. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved. Second.
And a second. All right.
Did I do both of them?
Yeah, I need one of the aldermen now to vote to read the amendment.
Your Honor, I move to amend Bill number 5900, Section 3 of the ordinance from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2021, and Exhibit 3 chart from 2020 merit matrix to 2021 merit matrix.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Jimmy, I just one clarifying question. I know we've gone, when we look at balancing the budget out 5 years, at one point we looked at this did not include any capital improvements, even though we know we're going to need some. So in this budget, when we look out the 5 years, does it include capital improvements, or is this based on the assumption that we won't have any, knowing that we will?
For this budget, for the 2021 budget, the only capital funds that are included is for the public safety vehicles in the amount of $250,000. Going out 5 years, we do that for the major, and like I had stated earlier, it's zero. So the projections for the 5 years, in order to get the 5 years to balance, it's basically, I believe, from 23 through 25, it is no changes, zero increases, everything zero. So you're correct. So what I said is, we all understand that those assumptions aren't realistic, so we need to change and make some decisions in order so that when it gets closer to that time that we can balance and we can add in those assumptions that are more realistic to those times. But as of right now, largely in part due to COVID, now I think we're going to come back better than I anticipated with the COVID financials, which we were hoping so. That was worst case scenario, and I think it's going to prove much better. So we're very thankful for that. And once year over year. We're going to come back next year and we're going to reevaluate the financials after July to show you and to see where we're at. Hopefully, maybe we can throw in some capital before the end of the year is over. But as of right now, and based on our assumptions that are before you right now, the only capital that we have in there is the public safety for the $250,000, and that's for their lease vehicles so that we can keep those up and keep those moving and not get a bottleneck down the road and have to purchase a whole bunch at one time. That would not be a good financial decision either. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Any other questions? Please vote for the amendment. Six present, 6 yeses. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote yes. The amendment passes. We'll now open the public hearing. I will take public comments. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor or opposing this matter? Any aldermen? This public hearing is now closed. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter, this bill as amended? Any aldermen? Hearing none, please vote on the bill as amended. Six present, 6 yeses. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote yes, passes 6-0. Ready for item number 31. Let's see, first reading of bill number 5901. Madam Clerk, please provide the introduction.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of bill number 5901, an ordinance amending the adopted 2020 budget for the city of Branson to adjust monies for various funds.
Begin with the staff report and the Jamie Rouse show.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. We have 3 amendments before you tonight. The first one is for the public safety. In 2018, for the Taney County 911, the decision was made to purchase and update the 911 equipment. The city is being billed for their portion of that equipment update of $52,607. We agreed to pay for that portion of the equipment cost, I believe last year, and now it's time to pay that. And we just need to do a budget amendment, and that will come out of the fund balance reserve. The next one is for the water sewer. And pre-COVID, we had some lift station updates that were needed, and we were looking at doing the contract. We did the proposal with JCI Industries, but as of the COVID result, we stopped all of that because we had put a hold on all the capital. Well, further discussions with Mike Ray, our utilities director, there are 2 of the pumps that are in need of replacement due to equipment failure. They do have money in their internal service fund to account for this and to pay for this, and that is in the amount of $49,826. Again, that'll come out of their internal service fund. And then the third one is for the general fund. There's a capital project, and it's for the carpet for City Hall. And originally, last year, we had, there was budgeted for $17,000, and we, at the end of 2018, I believe, we put $17,000 in a project because that was what was budgeted. We could not encumber those funds at the time. We didn't have a vendor. So we have a capital project in the capital projects fund for the carpet replacement for $17,000. The contract is actually for $21,000. So this budget amendment is for $4,012 to finish up that project and get that project moving. And staff recommends approval of these budget amendments, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 5901. Do I have a motion approving the bill?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter? Any clarifications or questions?
Jamie, real quick, on that $17,000 for the carpet, that was set aside specifically for carpet, and so as of this date, if we wanted to move the money, we couldn't because it was set aside for that purpose?
Yes, sir. We put it into the capital projects fund. We moved it. We put it into the capital projects fund that is specifically for that carpet. So we have $17,000 sitting in that capital project right now. We just need the rest of it to fulfill that contract obligation and get that project completed.
Thank you.
What's the time frame for that? Do you know? I know we put that off, so.
I think Keith's back there. We'd have to ask him about the specific time frame for the project. Keith?
We had to wake him up. You know how that is.
No, what was the question again? I couldn't hardly hear you in there.
Time frame for the carpet.
Time frame on the carpet?
When?
Time frame.
You mean when it's going to be installed, or?
Yes.
As soon as we get this passed, then we'll give them a notice to proceed to come in. It's for all the second floor and the third floor walk areas, the catwalks, for better word.
Is that for the common areas back in through here through the offices too?
No, it'll just be the open areas out in the hallways on the second and third floor.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Keith. Please vote. 6 seated aldermen, yes. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, Bob Simmons, all vote yes. Passes 6-0. Item number 32. Madam Clerk, please provide the introduction for this.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 5902, an ordinance calling an election in the city of Branson, Missouri on the question of authorizing the city to issue bonds and imposing a tourism tax.
Begin with the staff report from Jamie Rush.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is the bonding capacity and tourism tax renewal that we are asking the ballot language that's presented before you today be approved and get put on the ballot in the county clerk for April election. The amount for the bonding capacity that we are seeking is $93 million, and that is as a result of our assessed valuation. In the past, in the 97 election, it was $56 million, but we can go up to 20% of our assessed valuation, and based on this last assessed valuation, it was a little bit more than $93 million, so we chose $93 million just to be on the safe side. But staff is recommending approval of this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 5902. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
And a second there.
And a second.
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter on budget? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
It's just an observation. We're going to have to do our work on this. I've been watching social media on this, and folks have no understanding whatsoever of the ramifications of this not passing. And we just have to be able to, whoever's going to be our minority whip to move this thing, they need to be very well organized.
There's a group of us made up of city and chamber and outside marketing people to come and, as we can't promote this, but we can educate, and that's what our intent is to do, because absolutely right, this would be devastating if it did not pass.
Has there been any consideration of including in this that as long as this tourism tax is in effect, that it would offset the water and sewer rate increases for the residents and businesses in Branson?
Well, now I can speak to that a little bit, because the tourism tax can't pay for general operations for the water sewer. And now I know that it'll pay for the large infrastructure projects, certainly, and we've done that many times in the past. But for the water sewer rates and for the increases there, that is for increases in operations, increases in a lot of the things that the tourism tax cannot pay for. So that's my perception, and that is, we have gone through the rate study many, many years because of that purpose. Now, it will and it has the tourism tax has paid for quite a bit of water, sewer, large infrastructure over the years. And I have a list of all of the bonds that we have completed to the tune of $45 million of bonding, just bonding against the water. So I think it has done what its intent was to do, and is to pay for all that large infrastructure, that all the tourism that's bringing into our city. We have to have much larger infrastructure as a result of that, and that's what it's doing, and I think that's what we're going to continue to do. So.
And one more, when is this proposed to go on the ballot?
In April.
April, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions? Please vote. Six seated aldermen, 6 yeses. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons. For the record, all vote yes. Passed. Item number 33, Madam Clerk, please provide the introduction.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 5903, an ordinance approving the contract for the expenditure from the city's tourism tax contingency fund to the Downtown Branson Betterment Association, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Okay, we can just barely hear you, Madam Clerk, for the microphone may have gone to the side or something. Okay, thank you. I think we heard you all right, though, correct? Yeah. Everybody, okay. Begin with staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. We had a request from the Downtown Branson Betterment Association for $38,000 of the contingency, of the marketing contingency funds. That $38,000, and I'll just itemize it for you, is a 30-foot tower Christmas tree pre-lit with white warm lights. It's $19,500. Tree delivery and setup is $5,700. A 36-inch green Christmas wreath, 8 pre-lit white lights, $1,800, and garland for 4 poles as $1,000. And in addition to that, another $10,000 for additional marketing money. Just so that you are aware, we do have about $50,000 of that $125,000 marketing contingency left. So this would be well within what we have left over. And I know that there are some ladies here that are able to answer questions regarding the project. And I'm happy to answer any of the financial questions also as well. And we do recommend approval. And this went before the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee also recommended approval of this as well.
Question, Jamie.
You've heard the first reading of bill number 5903. Do I have a motion approving the bill?
Second.
Second. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter now?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to point out staff recommendation, if I'm right on this, is neutral to none.
Yes, sir. So it was neutral because, as we talked about, we want it to be the Finance Committee and you all to make that decision for those contingency funds. So while there were some discussions about the Christmas tree, is it really marketing? That was the discussion, and so we didn't really want to recommend approval. We wanted it to be up for your discussion so that you could recommend that approval. And that's certainly up to you. But the Finance Committee did have a lengthier discussion, and I think these ladies did a really good job of answering the questions and really laying it out. That's why they're here tonight, to help answer those questions as well.
Any alderman?
I think this is money well spent. It's in our contingency fund. As Jamie mentioned, we have the money. We're all counting on a strong Christmas season to help put a shot in the arm of some businesses, so I'm very supportive.
Any other questions?
The expense line items that you mentioned, did I see or hear storage? And apologies if you stated that.
There was no storage itemized on that. That's going to be an ongoing expense that cannot be funded out of these funds.
Any other question? Mr. Simmons?
That was part of the discussion, is that this is not exactly parallel to what this fund is for. However, in this case, COVID and needing the Christmas season possibly in the worst way, it does appear appropriate to come out of here. The We did make plain, though, that this is not an ongoing fund, that this would be able to do every year, or even the maintenance or setting up and down or storage did not meet the purpose for this fund. So I think that was clear.
That's correct.
Absolutely. Yes, it was a good conversation.
Yeah.
Please vote. Six aldermen present, 6 yeses. Bob Simmons, Bill Skanes, Jeff C., Jamie Whitus, Larry Milton, and Julia King all vote yes.
And Lisa, you might have to help me with this because I believe they requested a double read at the Finance Committee on this due to the timing and the nature, and I completely left it up for you all's discretion. I said they can certainly ask, so that was up to you all to decide on that.
To do that, we'd have to have an alderman ask for a second read.
I'd like to make a motion for a second read.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second for a second read. Please vote. Yes, 6. Simmons, Skanes, C., Whitus, Milton, and King all vote yes. It passed for a second read. Madam Clerk, can you provide a second read for me out of your experience?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 5903, an ordinance approving the contract for expenditure from the city's tourism tax contingency fund to the Downtown Branson Betterment Association and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Do we have any additional need for staff report?
No, sir.
Then I would request that you've heard the second reading of Bill Number 5903. Do I have a motion approving the bill?
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter? Mr. Simmons.
I'd just like to make a comment that I normally object to second readings, and however, this is an exception. This is a special pricing that they have on this Christmas tree. It is available for a short period of time. It's a substantial amount of money, and it needs to be done. We are right at the 1st of November, and Christmas is just around the corner. So I just wanted to justify my vote as a yes when normally I would vote no.
In other words, you didn't want to say bah humbug?
You got it.
You got to get it on that truck.
They can't tell under the mask what you're listening.
Andy does say that Christmas starts November 1st.
For some folks. All right. Sensing you want to vote, please vote. Six present, 6 yes. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote yes. Passes 6-0 on the second reading. Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you and how excited the downtown areas are going to be.
I'm sorry, you need to identify yourself at the...
Just to say thank you.
Yeah, you need to identify yourself at the microphone and your
Linda
address.
Cherry. As part of DBBA, and we just want to say thank you, and thank you for the second read very much, Mr. Simmons. We know that's way out of the craziness, but that
Just for the
tree will be...
record, I need an address on you.
609 Parnell Drive.
Okay, thank you.
The tree will be on the truck in the morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the thank you.
It'll be a 30-foot tower tree. This isn't a little tree. We're excited, so thank you.
Thank you.
You'll all be there.
Item number 34, please. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction?
Your Honor, this is the first reading, Bill Number 5904, an ordinance approving an intergovernmental agreement with Branson Lakes Area Tourism Community Enhancement District to license the Explore Branson domain name and authorize the mayor to execute the contract.
Begin with a staff report from Chad Foster. Chad?
Mayor, members of the board, excuse me. This item is a contract between the City of Branson and the TCED. The agreement is for the license of explorebranson.com domain for the use of marketing tourism. This agreement has been in place for a number of years, and this contract uses the same terms as previous contracts, which require the TCED to pay the city a huge licensing fee of $1 annually. It also requires the licensee to pay all domain registration, renewal fees, and any other expenses associated with the use of the domain during the use of this contract. The contract does include provisions that allow either party to terminate the agreement with 30 days' notice, should the need ever arise. It's a 5-year term expiring December 31st, 2025. Staff recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, you've heard the first reading of Bill 5904. Do I have a motion approving the bill?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
So being new to the board, this is $1 per year, so I'm assuming there's no limit where there's purchases or contracts that can be made without our approval, even something that's $1 a year is something that we
Well,
need to.
I think the reason this one comes to you is because it's an intergovernmental
Chad,
agreement.
would you get closer to the microphone, please?
Yeah, this is an intergovernmental agreement which requires board approval. Correct me if I'm wrong.
By state statute, Alderman King.
Thank you.
You can blame somebody sitting down here. I negotiated that years ago for the term of this. If we could merge our marketing funds together, and the chair over here headed up the tourism district itself, that for $1 a year, we combine those funds. And so it's a good buy.
I wanted 50 cents, but Bill insisted on $1. Okay. All right. Ready to vote? Please vote. 6 present, 6 yes. Alderman King, Milton, Whitus, C., Skanes, and Simmons all vote yes. For the record, approved. Okay. First reading of Bill number 5906, Madam Clerk.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 5905, an ordinance approving a contract renewal with DASZ Integrations pertaining to information technology, managed network, and security services, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
I'm sorry, I skipped over a page. Is it 5905? Because we just did Chad Foster, is it 5906? 5906 on mine.
We're on 5905 for the item 35.
Well, mine's apparently out of order. Okay.
That's your work's out of order, not yourself.
Yeah. Well, I'm out of order probably too. Okay. All right. So item number 35, you've heard the report from Lisa.
This is, just a second. Chad Forrester is doing this.
I have a staff report, Mayor.
Oh, okay. I just tried to skip over one. Sorry.
Mayor, members of the board, this is an agreement with DASZ Integrations for the managed network and security services for the city of Branson. DASZ provides support for IT staff for advanced network engineering tasks, as well as network infrastructure security. They do provide 24/7, 365 monitoring of all our servers and our network hardware, things like managing our enterprise storage, assisting us with our voice over IP telephone system administration. They provide IT planning assistance when needed, and I have at a minimum quarterly business reviews with them. The agreement is the second of 3 optional renewals. The not-to-exceed amount is $55,000 annually. I'd make note that this does cover all of the city's network infrastructure, and that does include the convention center, and they are responsible to pay their portion of these costs. The term is from January 1st to December 31st of 2021. Funds are included in the proposed 2021 budget appropriations. Staff recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 5905. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second? All right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Just an observation, Chad, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4 shows the currently reoccurring cost is $3,500, so I would estimate the difference between that and the $55,000 is what the convention center picks up.
No, not exactly. That's a good question. So our monthly cost, the city's monthly cost out of our budget is $2,875. The convention center's monthly cost, because their network's obviously much smaller, is $625.
Okay.
And so that's $3,500 monthly. Now, the reason that the not to exceed amount is up to $55,000 is there are other things that come up throughout the year that we might need their services for that are outside that scope, and this allows us to use their services for that, for any consulting, anything that comes up in terms of network security. Frankly, for 21, again, I'd be very surprised if we used that $55,000. We've never used the full amount before and had to come before you, but it is in there in case we do need it.
Thank you, Chad.
Any other questions? Please vote. There are 6 present, 6 yeses. Simmons, Gaines, C., Whitus, Milton, and King, Aldermen all vote yes. Approved. Now, I tried to get you involved a while ago, Lisa. Now it's your time. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction of this item?
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5906, an ordinance appointing Thomas Motley as municipal court judge and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Begin with a staff report from Lisa Westfall.
Mayor and members of the board, this is for the appointment of Tom Motley for the judge of the municipal court. The contract is the same contract as a current year, which expires at the end of December. Judge Motley has served as municipal judge for 18 years for the city of Branson. Staff recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. You've heard the first reading of Bill Number 5906. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Just like to thank Judge Motley for hanging around with us for 18 years.
Thank you. Please vote. You be the judge. 6 present, 6 yes. Alderman King, Milton, Whitus, C., Gaines, and Simmons all vote yes. Approved. Ready to move to item number 37. Madam Clerk, please.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5907, an ordinance appointing members to fill certain vacancies on the City of Branson Tax Increment Financing Commission.
Begin with a staff report from Lisa Westfall.
Mayor and members of the board, this is a housekeeping item for the appointment of Class 1 members to the TIF Commission, which are appointed by the city. The mayor recommends these appointments, and then they're approved by the board. At this time, the mayor's recommending Bob Simmons, who current term expires 11/28/2020, to be reappointed for an additional 4-year term to expire 11/28/2024, and David Whetstone, whose current term expires 11/28/2020, to be reappointed for an additional 4 years to expire 11/28/2024.
You've heard the first reading of Bill Number 5907. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
And a second, all right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Bob, do you like punishment?
Sir?
Do you like punishment? I'm just asking. He nodded his head, Mayor.
Yeah. Faithful, he's faithful. Please vote. Six aldermen present, 6 yes. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons. The aldermen all vote yes. Approved. Item number 38. Madam Clerk, please provide the introduction for this item.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5908, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with PepsiCo for vending services and merchandise resale, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Begin with a staff report from Cindy Shook. And then-
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, members of the board, this is a bill for annual review and approval of the city's contract with PepsiCo for the purpose of providing soda for resale at the Branson Recplex concessions. This is the first renewal option of a 5-year agreement to be reviewed and approved annually by the Board of Aldermen. This contract includes a 4% increase in case costs, which is allowable under the contract. Staff feels the contract continues to be profitable and in the city's best interest to continue. The contract also includes a rebate price for the total number of cases sold per year in the amount of $4 a case. So based on 2019 totals, the estimated revenue for 2021 is $85,745. Staff recommends approval of the contract or renewal of the contract for fiscal year 2021 with PepsiCo in the amount of not to exceed $30,000. This contract is based on past and anticipated future usage. This contract was reviewed and approved by the Advisory Park Board and is within the proposed 2021 operating budget. Staff recommends approval of the bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. You've heard the first reading of Bill 5908. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Cindy, a question. Is this one self-funding, basically, with that much revenue and that low a cost?
Sure. We're basically spending $30,000 to make $85,000. So we're buying soda and reselling at the concessions.
Cindy, could you get 10 more of those contracts, please?
I wish. Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, this is a good one, even though Stan likes Coke rather than Pepsi, and he just gave me the thumbs down.
Yeah. Any other comments? Please vote. Vote Coke or Pepsi? No. Yes, 6 present. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, Bob Simmons, all vote yes. Approved. Item 40. Madam Clerk, please provide the introduction for this item.
Your Honor, we're on item 39.
I jumped over one again.
Sorry.
My big fingers are not picking up the pages. I apologize.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 5909, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Site 1 Landscape Supply pertaining to the purchase of agriculture supplies and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
All right, we begin with staff report from Cindy Shook.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, 2 bids received on September 7, 2020 for the purchase of agricultural and maintenance supplies such as grass seed, fertilizer, chemicals, field marking paint, you get the point, field conditioner for a period of 1 year for city properties, parks, and athletic fields. The following is a contract for Site 1 landscaping with a total not to exceed $47,704.65. This amount can be lowered and based on past usage can be lowered or adjusted to meet the budget constraints. The bid items met city specifications and are within the budget. The funds are budgeted in the proposed 2021 operating budget. Staff recommends approval of the bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 5909. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter? Sensing you want to vote, please vote. Alderman seated, 6 yeses. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Chris Gaines, and Bob Simmons all vote yes. Passed. Now we're ready to move to item number 40. Madam Clerk, please provide the introduction.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 5910, an ordinance amending Chapter 6 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to alcohol by way of malt liquor.
Begin with a staff report from Chris Lebeck.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. This is a cleanup, what I would call a cleanup of an artifact in our city code. Right now, malt liquor in city code is defined as basically beer with an alcohol by weight of 3.2 up to 5% by weight. That has not kept up with the times of beer in the United States, and you can actually go into any number of retailers here within city limits and buy beer today that exceeds the 5%, or what they normally classify as 6.25% alcohol by volume. So this is a cleanup of that artifact in our code so that it aligns with current beers that are being sold and malt liquors that are being sold here, not only in the city of Branson, but basically in the United States. As you can see from the staff report, there's been an explosion in this market with regards to not only just types of beer, but also microbreweries and whatnot. So this is to help support that burgeoning industry. Staff recommends approval.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 5910. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Yes, Chris, I have a few questions. On the line, crap, oops.
I got a paper towel.
That's not important.
Lisa to the rescue.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah. You weren't drinking a Coke or a Pepsi, Larry.
That's why we can't have nice things. If we had Coke, I'd be drinking Coke. Amen.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Sorry about that, Chris. Line number 49, 51, and 54. On line 49, it says the sale of the malt liquor in the original package not to exceed 3 such licenses. 51 says malt liquor by the drink on the premise not to exceed 6 licenses. And I'm just curious of what the intent of that is.
That's a great question. Don't know. That's the way it's always been. So you bring up an interesting point, Alderman. I'm going to be polite when I say that our alcohol regulations in the city have had kind of a, we'll say, a sordid past. These things date back. I actually found one, I don't know, got the exact date right. Date back to the early 1900s. We actually have ordinances showing this, and over time it's kind of evolved. The number of licenses have kind of evolved, and that's kind of what we settled on. I want to say 2 years ago, we did increase the number of licenses for microbreweries. So that was an addition, but we haven't touched on those portions of the code in quite some time. And I can get the exact dates if I pull it up here. Let's see here. The computer will play nice with me. Looks like the last time we touched this, we touched it in 2019 when we did added microbreweries. Yep. Prior to that, it was 2014, then 2013, so it's been a while.
So would it be appropriate then to make a motion for an amendment to remove items 1, 2, and 3, lines 49 through 60?
49. Make whatever motion you want, Alderman.
Well,
I mean, it's
if it's been there because it's always been there, I'm just questioning why we're trying to limit malt liquor in the original package not to exceed 3 such licenses.
That's a good question. What I would say is, not that I'm trying to advocate against doing that. I would hate to just do this on the fly today.
Yes, okay.
And make a mistake here. So what I would recommend is, if you're fine with this ordinance or this bill as it is today, let's work on this. And I'm happy to draft something and bring it back before the board at a later date. basically revisiting the number of licenses and figuring that all out for the board.
That'd be great.
Finished, Alderman Milton? You finished?
Yes.
This thing's a little
Alderman Simmons?
antiquated.
I was going to just suggest the same thing, to wait and look at this, because in 2013 and 14, that was a very extensive look at the entire liquor code, and there was a committee, and it took probably 9 months or maybe more. So that was pretty detailed at the time. So
Yeah.
I think looking at making sure if these are extraneous, we need to get them out of there, but I'd try to be positive there.
Yeah, there are some opportunities to clean this up, but we've kind of piecemealed this with the 2019 changes and then these changes today, and very shortly you're going to hear from Director Hornicle about a fix we're going to put in the his section of the code with regards to barrels on microbreweries.
You're also, in the first part of your statement there, they're not actually changing the amount of alcohol. It used to be 5% by weight, and that's the equivalent of 6.25 by volume. Is that correct?
Correct, but what I guess the point that I'm trying to make is and I'm going to pick on our biggest box retailer in the city, Walmart. I can actually log onto my computer box here right now and order beer and have it available for pickup tomorrow that exceeds 6.25% or 5%. So again, our code hasn't kept up with what the inventory is in the city. And whether that's right or wrong, it is what it is.
All right. Any other comments by Alderman? Please vote.
I'm just trying to figure out how Bob knew how to compute all that.
And I was going to have samples today, but that was nixed by Administrator Dobbins.
Boo. Yes, six present. Must be getting late. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote yes, passed. Ready to move to item 41.
Your Honor, this is the first reading Bill number 5911, an ordinance amending Chapter 94 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to microbreweries.
Report from Joel Hornicle.
Mayor, members of the board, yes, this is a request to make a modification to Chapter 94, our Unified Development Code. There's actually two parts to this request. The first one's a little bit easier to understand, hopefully. It's just simply changing the definition. As our attorney mentioned, previously there was some work done to Chapter 6 of the code last year, and we promised that we would fix our definition in 94, and so it took us a little bit longer, but here we are tonight. We're simply modifying the amount of barrels that can be made in a single year by a microbrewery. Right now it lists 15,000, but to get in compliance with Chapter 6 and the state's codes, that needs to be lowered to 10,000 per year. The second part is adding microbreweries as an allowed use in the neighborhood commercial district. It's currently an allowed use in the entertainment district, the downtown district, the community commercial district, the business and industrial district. However, we did feel there was an opportunity to allow this use in the neighborhood commercial district, but as a way of addressing some potential concerns of adjacencies that may occur of neighborhood commercial and residential areas, we are also including 3 supplementary use standards to address those concerns. The first one is the operating hours. Within the neighborhood commercial district only, they would be restricted between 11 a.m. and 10 p.m. daily to operate to the public. Any outdoor seating areas would not be able to allow to exceed 50% of the setback standards. So what this means is if they have 20 feet of setback within their district, only 10 of that feet could be used for outdoor seating. They would have to maintain buffering between the adjacent land use or property. And then the third just simply being that all production, processing, and distribution activities would have to be held within a building inside. The Planning Commission looked at this and considered a recommendation at their last meeting in October, and they unanimously recommend approval, as well as staff. I'm happy to answer any questions.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 5911. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second. Second. All right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
I just have a question. Joel, the dropping in the amount of barrels, is that going to be a burden on these entities that are producing the beer?
It's the standard, it's the state standard for microbreweries. So anybody looking to open a microbrewery in Branson would be very familiar with that threshold.
The issue of 10 p.m. daily, during the summertime, that's barely dark.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about that particular topic at the Planning Commission meeting. Staff had actually presented a much smaller time interval that didn't include the noon hour, the lunchtime hour, and the Planning Commission felt very strongly that that needed to be included to provide that opportunity. We did quite a bit of research looking around at what hours of operation, particularly a lot of the establishments up in Springfield. And 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock really is the limit. Again, the Planning Commission discussion revolved around it's a different clientele that typically go to these places, and it's not the group that stays out late into the night. And so they felt it was appropriate, especially given that operating hour restriction is only within the neighborhood commercial district. So if there was an establishment that wanted to stay open later, they would just have to open within the community commercial district or the entertainment district or the downtown district.
Can you give me an example of a neighborhood commercial district here?
There's just a few pockets within the city. Actually, the west side of Veterans Boulevard, those properties, so I'm talking about the properties that border Lucia Ridge, just kind of south of City Hall. Properties on the east side of Branson Landing Boulevard from the roundabout to Highway 65. All those small businesses along there, neighborhood commercial. There's a small pocket along Fall Creek Road before you get to State Highway 165. And then there's another pocket on State Highway 165 around the Welk Resort area.
Were any of these specifically in mind? I guess that's what I'm trying to get to. It seemed like there was.
It's just an opportunity to further this use. Again, we took the opportunity, as mentioned, this was looked at in Chapter 6, and we said we would take care of addressing the definition. And we just felt while we were doing it, we wanted to look at microbreweries in Chapter 94, top to bottom, so we didn't have to come back 6 months from now with some other change. And this was one we identified. We took it to the Planning Commission for discussion, and that's why we've added the additional point to this request tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? Ready to vote? Please vote. 6 aldermen present, 6 yes. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons into the record as yes votes. Passed. Item number 42, Madam Clerk, please.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 5912, an ordinance amending Chapter 94 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to special events.
Begin with a staff report from Joel Hornickel.
Mayor, members of the board, another code change in Chapter 94 for you all's consideration this evening. I don't want to go into too much detail because we did present this all to you during the August 20th study session. We went over the 3 main recommendations that were made from the special event team that was formed and met numerous times over the past year. Hopefully, again, you remember that conversation, but to simply highlight what those 3 areas are is modification of the special event definition to be broader. In other words, to include more events to go under consideration in staff review, including private property. And the reason for doing that is because it's not that we want to regulate what happens on private property, it's that those events will spill over and have an effect on public property. And that is our concern, is what the effect something may have to public property. The second point is implementation of 3 different levels for special events, and this helps with establishing requirements, review criteria, as well as fees for those different levels of events that have effect on the public and public property. And then finally, the reversal of the point of reimbursement for city staff and city assistants for special events, reversing that to shall, which had been the way prior to March 2010. We did take this to the Planning Commission after we presented to you all at the study session at their October meeting. The Planning Commission did recommend denial of this code change. However, they were very clear in wanting us to point out in providing that recommendation to you all that they were supportive of the first 2 points to the ordinance. However, they were not supportive of the city's reimbursement being changed to shall. And that's why they voted it down as opposed to postponing the item or reworking it. They wanted it to continue forward, but that was how it was decided to be done. But staff does recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Again, you've heard the reading of bill number 5912. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman wishing to speak to this matter?
Yes, Joel, I have several questions. And I do recall us talking about this at the August study session. When at 10,000 feet, when I read this, what I'm feeling is, number one, government overreach, but more importantly, the finances of this. I think our city, and this is what I said at the study session, we want to encourage as many events in Branson as possible. And when I read these changes, we're putting in more regulations and we're raising the fees. And so that would be discouraging more events in Branson. And when I looked at the level 1s, 2s, and 3s, level 1 is 1 to 1,000 people. And we're also, what this is suggesting is changing it from public to private property. So 1 to 1,000 people. On the economic side, according to the 2019 end of year CVB report, they said that Branson received $306 per person on visitor spend. And when you look at 1,000 people times $306, that's $306,000 of visitor spending money in Branson, generating, give or take, $15,000 in tax revenue, sales and tourism tax. Level 2 is 1,001 to 5,000 people. 5,000 times the same $306 is $1.5 million in visitor spend, in excess of $75,000 in tax revenue. Level 3 says above 5,000, so if I take 10,000 times the 306, that's $3 million of visitor spend. And the visitors are spending this money in hotels, restaurants, retail, theaters, attractions, etc. So based on those numbers, there are communities that fight and want to have events. And when I read this, I'm just reading it that we're going in the wrong direction of trying to put in stricter rules and increase fees and possibly discouraging events when the events are clearly important to our community.
I understand your points, and I understand the concern and the appearance of it. We definitely did our research. I mean, the team spent a lot of time on this topic, the overall special event topic, and these 3 areas particularly, doing a lot of research and looking at other communities. And when you look at tourist communities and larger communities like the Las Vegas and the San Diegos and the areas that do quite a few special events, our fees are very small in comparison, and our rules and regulations dealing with special events are minor in comparison to a lot of cities out there. And definitely the team's goal was just public safety and awareness. And the best way to accomplish that is to just be aware of what's going on in our community. And we believe the way to do that is through the application process and evaluation of whether they fall into a level 1, level 2, or level 3 event.
Chief Matthews, you have something you want to say?
Mayor and members of the board, as your police chief, this is one that I'm really concerned about. As Joel talked about, this is pretty commonplace in the public sector for these ordinances to be in place. What this does, it gives us a seat at the table so that we can talk with the organizers of these events, and we can plan public safety concerns that we have with them. The planners that bring in these events do this all the time with municipalities. And this, like I said, provides us an opportunity to bring all of our public safety team together to meet with these people, plan our resources accordingly, and if we need to, reach out and get our regional partners involved. And the cost sharing, if you will, that these event planners do, that's something that happens all across the country.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Just a small point. A small point is, we currently have a $111 as a special event application. So in that application, you get the information from the event planner. But when we go to level 2, we're raising it to $230, and level 3 is $510. To try to get an extra $200, $300, $400 in a permit fee, in my opinion, is going backwards, because we're literally looking at $30,000, $60,000, $90,000 of taxes that help fund our police and fire.
Sure. Right now, if you look at the funding in the police department, I've got an overtime budget, and that's where I account for most of this fund, for most of these events. And for like the Adoration Day Parade coming up, in the world that we live in, we're spending a little over $12,000 in security fees from our budget, and that started about a month ago with our planning process and will conclude after the event in our after-action report. All of that is rolled into that, into those salaries, all of that equipment, all of that is in that price.
I don't know, I have no figures at all about the Adoration Parade, but I have to believe if we didn't have the Adoration Parade compared to having it, the tax revenues, the businesses, the restaurants, retail, they all benefit from that.
Sure. This ordinance, if it's passed, if you pass it, provides us the opportunity to be at the table for those private events and for those public events so that we can roll in our public safety concerns, our resources to backfill and to take care of the city's interest.
Okay. Mr. Simmons?
Couldn't we do the same thing by just requiring the application?
I want to be sure I answer your question, so I might get you to say it one more time.
Particularly the ones that are on private property, couldn't we do the same thing by dropping the fee, but still requiring them to put in the application and meet with us so that we could get I understand the reason for that. So we know what's going on private property, so we know what we've got to be staffed in case that does spill out into other properties, and we have to have more people on staff at that time. But couldn't we do that without the fee?
I mean, obviously, the fee could be, it could be anything, right? We've based the fee on staff time and the procedure we've done with a lot of our other fees that we've done over the years. One thing I want to point out, just to provide a little bit of additional clarity to this topic, is when we're talking about something that requires a special event, even if it's on private property, in order to meet the definition to be required to request a permit from the city, it would have to be an event which could result in activity impeding or impairing the normal flow of vehicles and pedestrians on streets, sidewalks, or other public facilities used primarily for travel, require the partial closing or obstruction of such, or requires the necessity of public safety or traffic control measures not already provided at the proposed site or the event. So we're not talking about a wedding in somebody's backyard or a small party in somebody's backyard. I mean, we're not concerned with that level of concern. It's something bigger that has an effect on public property to the points I've listed. If it doesn't meet that definition, then it doesn't rise to the level of wanting to sit at the table with them and address the public safety concerns.
One more question, if I may. To me, the Adoration Parade and the Veterans Parade are a totally separate animal. They are Branson. The Adoration Parade has been Branson for 70 years.
Sure.
It's part of our character. It's part of our overall character that we project all year long and try to get people to come here. And it's a not-for-profit thing. It's volunteers. You may want to expand on that, Ed. But the Veterans Parade is much the same. It's taken over by a veterans organization. There's no profit made anywhere. It is part of our image again. It's part of Branson. I really would hate to see us change that to where we had to charge those two events when they're volunteer events. And there may be more that I'm not thinking of, but those two are so much a part of Branson that if you drop those, you're changing the whole character of Branson. Yeah.
Sure. I guess two points to that. The first being we want to be consistent. We need to be consistent. We have to be consistent. And so while I'm sure a lot of people would agree with that statement that the Veterans Parade and Adoration Parade are very important to this community, we have to treat the next for-profit request for a special event the exact same, whether that's fees or our assistance that the city provides. And so that really went into a lot of the consideration of this. The second point I wanted to make is several years ago, when the veterans made their annual request to hold their parade, the city took the hard stance that the same amount of liability insurance needs to be provided as all the other special events. And while that was a shock to that group that was doing the event, we were able to find a solution, and that was the chamber stepping in and providing the necessary liability insurance. And so while the special event team definitely did talk about those concerns, those likely concerns that we will have to deal with from applicants in the future if the fees were to be changed, we believe there will be solutions out there of people coming together just like that example to figure it out so that those long-standing events can continue to occur.
And they've occurred all this time without fees because of the wording that you're trying to change here, right?
Well, no, the Veterans Parade and the Adoration Parade have very much fallen into the special event permit process as long as I know.
And they are paid?
And they have paid the application fee, which currently sits at the 113, I think it is.
But they would rise to a level 2 or 3, which would double or quadruple the fee.
Correct. And when in comparison to the amount of money that the city actually in kind provides through assistance for those events, we believe it's a small piece of it.
And I appreciate you. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do in bringing this up. And I appreciate the chief's position on this. But again, particularly the Adoration Parade is Branson. At $12,000 is a fairly small spend for the amount of traffic that we get and the publicity we get and the Christmas season that we have in this city. That's to me is something that the city should put in that much money to encourage that event being here. Well, and to make it safe, of course, is the main reason. And I realize that's gone up. It didn't cost that much in 1948. I wasn't here then, but I was here for the 50, 51, 52 events, and I'm pretty sure they didn't spend that much.
And again, all I can say to that is the goal is to be consistent with how we enforce the special event code.
And you can't separate not-for-profits, is what you're telling us.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, can I chime in real quick? One compromise. I hear what Alderman Simmons is saying, and I hear what Alderman Milton is saying about we'll just say generally the economic impact that some of these things bring to the municipality, coupled with the fact that some of these are Branson. I mean, they're Branson heart and heart. One suggestion so that we can still provide Chief Matthews a seat at the table, that we can still have a level of involvement, because again, when we're looking at these parades and these special events, it's not so much the impact that has on the city, but it's what impact does that thing have on other visitors to the city, other people that are coming in, because people may be here for other reasons. So one simple suggestion that may get us to where we need to be is on line 99. I think this is the biggest piece of heartburn, everybody, is this one subtle change where we change may to shall. So this is the expenditure where I think Alderman Milton is keyed in on, and Alderman Simmons you have, is the fact that, we're, instead of giving the ability to charge for staff time and all these other things that come about with a special event, we're saying now you shall charge. And I think if we strike that one little piece out of this, that may get us to where you need to be, and also give Chief Matthews the ability to be where he needs to be today. So just offering that as a suggestion with regards to all the hard work that the special events team has put in on this, if somebody wants to go down that path.
So you're suggesting that if someone would want to change, they have to make a motion to amend?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And that was also the issue that P&Z took exception with.
That's
right?
correct.
Was
That's
that
correct.
shall changing it to a may.
That's correct.
So I'd like to make a motion that we, on line 99, remove the word shall and reinsert the word may.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Simmons.
I would like to discuss that just a little bit in that we would then have to establish a criteria, even though I don't know that we've ever had a criteria whether to charge them or not charge them, which in my opinion would be the benefit that they are to the city and the area.
This particular area of the code is dealing with responsibility for expenses incurred. It doesn't say anything about the application fee or process. It would only be for costs associated with the event itself.
So this would be the $12,000 that the event cost us, if you will. And all this is doing is reverting the code back to where it was. Taking that out.
And so if you all were to approve this change, which basically keeps code the exact same way it is for this portion of it, then what we would do as staff is continue to provide you with that information as to the costs incurred by the city and present that to you all, and then you all would have the opportunity to do as you may with that.
Are you ready to vote on the amendment? Please vote on the amendment. Six present, 6 yeses. Alderman Simmons, Skanes, C., Whitus, Milton, and King all vote yes. Passed for the amendment. Now, do I have a motion? We were already there. Ready to vote on the original motion with the amendment?
Mayor,
yes.
Excuse me, I have some other amendments I'd like to recommend. On line number 42, under definitions, I'd like to remove the strikeout lines 26 and 27.
Give me a chance to read that, Larry.
Can we pull that back up?
Line 42.
What's been, in our original ordinance, what was in there, is it up there now?
Yeah.
What's been struck out is proposed to be held at a public facility, and so I'm making a motion to revert that back to the original ordinance and leave that sentence in. So the amendment is on line 26 and 27, the words that are struck out, remove, how do I word that? remove the strike and reinsert that back in as original language?
I'm going to leave the current language
Leave the current language, thank you.
on line 26 and 27.
Yep.
Can you share, Larry, why?
We've always had this for public places, and we start getting into private properties. I don't like, to me, it's clearly government overreach. If you read the way it's worded, level 1 is 1 to 1,000 people in a private property. And if you, let me just go to that real quick because it bothers me. You could have a Kansas City football could be playing on Sunday, and one house says, invites 30, 40 people over to their house. That would be constituted under level 1, where it says, attendance at any one time is estimated to be between 1 and 1,000 people and will occur on a single day, or, and then it goes through B, C, and D, but clearly level 1 event, attendance at any one time is estimated to be between 1 and 1,000 people and will occur on a single day in a private property. That just seems.
Here.
There you go.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't know where you were at. Go ahead.
Does that explain it?
Yep.
I just wanted to say that we have a motion on the floor. And
Yes.
before we go into more discussion, we might want to get that motion seconded.
The original amendment?
No, we have a motion in line 26 and 27, to leave the current language.
Is there a second? It dies for lack of a second.
Okay. I'd like to make another motion on line 43. Surely there can be movement from the 1 to 1,000. I mean, can it be from 100 to 1,000? I mean, we're affecting birthday parties here, right?
Not if it doesn't have a significant effect on the public right away.
And Joel, maybe that's where I'm stuck, because the definition on line 42, and it's on this same page, level 1 event, attendance at any one time is estimated to be between 1 and 1,000 people and will occur on a single day, or, it doesn't say and, it says,
Correct.
That's one of the criteria.
Correct, but.
Or, go ahead.
But all of the levels have to first be viewed at under the microscope of the special event definition. That definition, again, being something that could result in activity impeding or impairing the normal flow of vehicles and pedestrians on streets, sidewalks. So if a birthday party does not affect the normal flow of traffic, if it does not require public safety staffing above the normal levels, then it would first not be defined as a special event. So then it would not even go into the process of determining if it's a level 1, a level 2, or a level 3 event.
Mr. Mayor, can I add something further? If we look at what Alderman Milton is zeroing in on, which is line 43, I refer you all back up to line 34. What we've defined here is we've defined section 94-65, which is titled special events. So we need to know what is a special event. And to Joel's point, we would go back up. You can scroll up a little bit, Chad, for me. Special event is defined in 94-5 as what Joel laid out. So it's not the Chiefs football game where I invite 30 of my rabble-rousing friends over to watch some football. It's the Chiefs football game where I invite over 400 of my rabble-rousing friends, and I have such a large party that the chief of police has to send traffic control out to the subdivision because the traffic and that party has spilled over into public items. And that's that hook on line 27 through 30 where it says which could result in activity impeding or impairing. So again, the private, this isn't, I mean, I'll quibble with you a little bit, Alderman Milton, is this is crafted in a way so it does not have that government overreach capacity because we're not reaching in and affecting a private party. We're only affecting it if it spills out into the public good. And that's the use of the special event definition and then carried down through line 34 and everything's defined underneath that.
So for me, lines 24 through 30 is the test to get to the levels.
And very easily, one person, just one person could walk down the middle of West 76 Country Boulevard someday and impede the flow of traffic. And in order for that person to do that, they would have to get a special event permit.
If I wanted to walk down the center of 76 with a Merry Christmas sign, just because I love Christmas, I'd have to get a permit.
So that's, I just
But if a person walks down 76 with a sign, they're
in the middle
not,
of the street.
They're not violating a permit ordinance, they're violating something else.
It may be an extreme example, but it's to the point that I would just caution on changing that interval to 10 or 20 or 100, that one person could still cause interruption.
Okay, I sense the board doesn't agree, so I know there's a motion.
We need to act on the motion, the amendment.
The amendment, I think it died with no second, is that right?
Madam Clerk, would you please read the motion as amended that we're voting on?
Well, we removed, all we have done is remove the shall and then reinserted the may, and that passed. So we're on the original bill number 5912 with that amendment only in it. And we've had a motion, a second, would be ready to vote unless.
But there was no second?
There was no.
So we don't have a motion on the floor?
I had no I thought there was discussion. I didn't hear an official motion to change anything on your second time.
Then if I could, Mayor, I'd like to suggest another one.
Just so I'm clear, when you're ready to make a motion, because I struggle, I'm sorry, to understand if it's a suggestion, is this discussion, or if we're on for official motion. So if you'll just, when you're ready,
So you want me to use the words, I want to make an official motion?
Well, whenever you're ready to make a motion, but if you're just I don't know when you're just discussing it is my confusion.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not getting much movement on this, and I think these are terrible changes. So I would like to make an official motion on line 127 to revert back to the original language and remove all added language.
Alderman, have you pulled up line 127, which is the code section that identifies the special med applications and the cost thereof?
Correct. So in the cells, it looks like it's an embedded cell all on line 127. Reverting back to the original language would revert back to the $111, and it would remove the $510, the $230, the $90, and the $50.
That's a motion?
It is a motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Oh, you're killing me.
The motion dies for a lack of a second. Are we ready to vote on the original motion with the amended? Please vote.
We're voting on the bill number 5912 as amended.
Are we going to need to vote again?
No, just clear.
To clarify, Mayor.
We voted on the original amendment and passed that.
Yes,
Now we're
the-
ready to vote on the motion as amended.
No, we're voting on the bill as amended, the
Okay.
original bill as amended.
Okay.
Just did that.
Okay. And we have yes 5 and no 1. Julia King, yes. Larry Milton, no. Jamie Whitish, yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. Passed. Ready to move on to item 43. Madam Clerk, please provide the introduction.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5913, an ordinance approving high-density residential HDR zoning for the properties located at 121 Linhart Lane, Branson, Missouri.
In with a staff report from Joel Harnicle.
Mayor, members of the board, these are two properties that were just annexed earlier this evening that came before you first with their petition in August of this year. As we always do, once a property is annexed, we look at zoning, whether it's done through the plan of intent or it comes before a formal request as this item has. The request from the applicant is high-density residential, which very much matches the properties to the east, which are currently in the city limits. The reason for their annexation has been to be combined with that property to the east, which will be part of a development to be known as Chateau Mountain. And so therefore, staff recommends approval of the zoning to these properties, as well as the Planning Commission, which unanimously voted in their October meeting to do so. Happy to answer any questions.
You've heard the staff report from Joe. You heard the first reading of Bill Number 5913. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second's been made. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak regarding this matter? Tim, just need you to state your name and address, please.
Mayor Akers, thanks for letting me come forward. I believe several of my fellow residents will want to come forward as well. My name is Tim Davis, address Box 1625, Branson, Missouri. I own the land. If you see where the green line runs down, you see where the green line runs down the bottom center of the page, I own all the land to the west of that, the 3 lots to the west of that, and so that's why I have a stake in what happens. I'm going to confine my remarks to the compatibility of this proposal with the Branson Community Plan 2030, and if I may approach the, Mayor Akers, if I may approach the Alderman, I printed out relevant sections that I think may be instructive.
Those need to go through the clerk. Yes, please. Thank you.
Lisa's bringing around excerpts from the Branson Community Plan 2030, not every page, but I printed off what I believe are some of the most pertinent pages. And I'd like to put my comments in the context of how the proposal relates and interacts with this plan. The first page of the document is, of course, the cover, and the very next page is the page 13, which highlights some of the themes or overarching objectives the City of Branson hopes to achieve through its planning structure, 2 of these being the protection of natural beauty and strengthening neighborhoods. In this particular case, there are several factors that relate to protecting the natural beauty of our community. It's a very prominent location for one. It's on a hillside. The Friendly Hills neighborhood takes up an entire hillside that overlooks the Moonshine Beach and the Chateau's Marina and the main body of Table Rock Lake out in front of the dam. So it's a high visibility area, which is one factor that we consider in planning and zoning. It's also steeply sloped, as we'll get to later in the document, much of the land here has a slope exceeding 30 degrees. It's also heavily wooded and largely in a natural state apart from the handful of luxury homes that are there. In terms of strengthening our neighborhoods, it is a single-family neighborhood. It's been there for 40 years. It was set up in the around 1981, so it's 39 years it's been there. All the lots are large in size. The smallest lot size is 1 acre. All the homes are large. Every home in there, I think, would exceed 3,500, and most of the homes in the neighborhood exceed 5,000 square feet. The next page that I would draw your attention to is page 18 from our 2030 plan, which observes that single-family residential is an endangered category in the city. Only 11% of our property in the city is currently devoted to single-family residential. And on the next page, which is page 20 from the 2030 plan, we see that the proportion of single-family residential in the city has rapidly fallen from 1990 to 2010. The proportion of land in the city that was single-family residential fell by 1/2. And as our city's plan notes, the city has very little residential zoned land. And that's been a problem that we struggle with for consistently, because as we know, most people, when they want to develop in Branson, want to develop a commercial application, not a residential one. The next page from our 2030 plan shows sensitive lands, which Friendly Hills is clearly indicated here, both for its high visibility and also for its slope exceeding 30%. The next page in the packet is from page 38. It talks about some of the goals we're trying to achieve. One of the goals we want to achieve in our Branson plan is to preserve natural beauty. And we're going to focus on places with mature trees that are already well forested, places of high visibility, as I pointed out, just as this is, places with steep slopes. My concern is that approving what's been proposed here threatens all three of those things. If high-density residential gets put in here, and the current proposal that's already been shown to the city is to place five lodges on that one lot, the one vacant lot, instead of placing one luxury single-family home, to put 5 lodges on that lot. And of course, high-density residential would be the required zoning to do that.
Question for you real quick.
Yes.
Are you speaking of that lower red box or
yes.
semi-box?
It's currently a vacant lot, and the proposal is to put 5 lodges on that lot.
Okay. The size of that lot is?
1 acre.
Okay, thank you.
I know that developers need to be able to build and make money, but I know that also you could build a luxury single-family home in this lot and make money. In fact, I've helped lifestyle contractors develop other places, but when I found out that they wanted to put 5 lodges on one lot in my own neighborhood, I fired them as my client, and we're moving on. All right, the next page is page 93. And strategy 4.4, again from our city's 2030 plan, says cluster high-density residential uses along wider streets. The private road that actually runs adjacent to these 2 lots are not on public streets. The streets that blanket them on either side are both private streets that happen to be in a private subdivision. And both of them are narrow, neither of them are wide streets. And so it's certain that in itself would clash with our 2030 plan, placing a high-density residential on a narrow private street. And then finally from page 94 of our 2030 plan, strategy 4.5 says we want to maintain neighborhood diversity by retaining the size, pattern of lots, and building character of different neighborhoods within the community to the extent possible. Here we're not asking the city to spend any money, to do anything out of the ordinary. our request is simply, please maintain the current residential character of this neighborhood by keeping it single-family residential. That won't prevent them from building a luxury lodge, one luxury lodge on each lot. They can, and we even have, if they make certain provisions in our covenants, we even allow people to use luxury lodges as nightly rentals. They could build one luxury lodge on a lot, and if they meet certain criteria, they could even use that as a nightly rental, which is what they're hoping to develop. But five lodges on one lot is too much. So those are my comments. I'm welcome to answer questions if you have. You may not have, because you've been here, and I certainly appreciate everyone's hard work and patience.
Alderman, have any questions while Mr. Davis is at the podium?
No, I certainly understand his concern.
Okay.
And I do too, and I really highly want to compliment you for presenting it in this format.
Thank you. All right. Great to see everyone. I wish we had time to talk more and have some coffee and snacks, but this is not the best occasion for it.
I don't know. Snacks sound good about right now.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak then?
Yes. Good evening. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mayor and Board.
Sean, I need you to identify yourself and your address, please.
Sean Martinez, 271 Lenhart Drive. I'm one of the homeowners there on the subdivision.
Thank you.
I'm one of the trustees also that represents the subdivision as well. And not every one of us could be here tonight. There's due to limitations, whether it be physical or what have you. But I do have several letters that I want to read from a couple of us that could not be here. Dear Mayor and Aldermen, regarding Bill 5913, Charles Earls and I solidly agree that the proposed zoning from R1 to high-density residential in the Friendly Hills subdivision should be denied. We already have about all the traffic that our street can handle because of the condos at the end of Lenhart Lane. And Ms. Earls is referring to the Majestic that's currently built there. We have lived there. We have lived here for 30 years and own 4 lots. We would really hate to see our covenants trashed by this application to change them. Respectfully submitted, Scotty Earls. And then one more I have. Dear Mayor and Aldermen, regarding Bill 5913, I'm sending you my strong opinion that this zone change from R1 to high-density residential should be denied. This goes directly against our Friendly Hills subdivision covenants. I own the property on Lot 3 right next to the planned zoning changes. If you look on the map there where that second square is, this gentleman's property is right below that. Our subdivision's covenants have clearly stated that only one single-family home, no smaller than 3,900 square feet, can be built on the Friendly Hills subdivision lot, no smaller than 1 acre, among many other intentional restrictions. One can look in any direction and find all levels of high-density residential products, but you will not find another Friendly Hills subdivision with luxury homes built on 1 acre plus lots overlooking Table Rock Lake. And here's the one thing located in Branson. There is, and this is Mark Kirby. He lives at 189 Friendly Hills Drive. And, there is no, recently, just last year, I purchased my home there. From 2015 to 2019, I was looking for a home, went around the whole area, saw many dozens of homes. In fact, I wore out my realtor. And this property came available. I bought it, did not know what I was getting into, but it's been a gem, a jewel. And with that location, the concern for one of my family members, my daughter, who's in high school, she is, concerned that she wanted to go to Branson schools. Well, some of the other homes we were looking at were not going to allow us to do that. She's very thankful that she can, because this is one of the few properties located with as much lakefront and close to Branson that we have. So, my other daughter, she's 2 years old. Eventually, she'll be there. But my concern is, and our family's concern is, will our subdivision, be like the way it is now, where I can have my kids, my 2-year-old, grow up and what have you. That's why we purchased that lot, because that home there, because of the lots are large and it's what we wanted. And so there's, that's part of our concern. And on top of that, this goes directly against our covenants. Our covenants are very clearly stated on this. And, we don't need another, big developer coming in, wrecking our covenants, leaving us open territory to the next developer, and then apologizing later and asking for forgiveness. We don't need that again. We have plenty of that all over the place. So with these concerns, we really appreciate if you guys, your support in this and understanding where we're coming from in this, and preserve this last, it's really almost the last community that we have that's like this. And we really appreciate your support in this, and we believe this is the right thing to do. So thank you. Any questions if you may have?
I've got a question for Joel, real quick.
Yes.
And you too, Sean, do you live in the city of Branson, or are you in the county?
I'm actually living, I live right there at 271, so I drive right through there every single day, multiple times.
Okay. The issue, the enforcement of covenants, that's not a role the city of Branson is in.
Correct.
We do not enforce the covenant.
We do not have the authority to enforce covenants and restrictions that are part of neighborhoods or subdivisions.
Okay.
Next speaker.
The Dodgers won the World Series.
My name is Wayne Drummond. If you cannot understand me, please ask me to repeat it, because I have had a stroke and I'm learning to walk and talk again. But I live at 186 Friendly Hills Drive, down here. And this is the approach to our neighborhood. And it used to have a strong barrier, which you can see the trees at the upper part. The covenants were passed long before the company bought these 2 lots. And earlier this evening, you have annexed those 2 lots. I have never heard of any city ignoring the covenant of any residential subdivisions. My colleagues have made a good presentation, but my major concern, and the reason most of you got my email this morning, is that these trees have already been removed, and so have most of those in that area. Along Gunter Hill. So the environment has been greatly impacted, and the bulldozers are already very active on site number 2. They have blasted with dynamite. They have used the caterpillars to tear up the land, and they have removed all of the trees that you see on lot number 2. And and the bulldozers have started to take down the garage section up on Lindhorn that belonged to Andy McCooch. So, as my colleagues have stated, we like the quietness. We are not objecting to multifamilies out here or down here, but we think that the company is in real violation of what they're doing on lots 1 and 2. And you have just approved earlier the annexation of those 2 properties. And despite his principle, I have served as a planner and an architect in about 7 states. I have never heard of a city not honoring the annexation of the existing property. So my major objection is that they have already started without your permission. This is the first reading, and they have already torn down all the trees and half the house. So in essence, I'm asking you, I don't have a motion made, but I would like for one of you to simply make the motion that the city will uphold the covenants that have governed that property. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I know it's getting late. And I will leave you to your deliberation.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Mr. Mayor, may I inquire of Joel again? Because I think we ran into this a little bit earlier in the evening. This was county area, and the county allowed them to do stuff?
I believe that they have pulled permits in the county, yes.
Okay, now, the issue is oh boy, I don't know how to ask this question.
Yeah, good point.
It's the issue of disruption of the property and the land and the water running across that. You know, we ran into that, had the discussion earlier. Help me out here, y'all.
Yeah.
They pulled a permit on it. Do we have to live with that permit, or can we enforce our own?
The county's permit?
Yes.
So we have been working with the applicant and his development team, his design team. And that is really the point of why they're asking for these to be high-density residential. So again, as I stated during our staff report, their goal is to combine these 2 properties with the larger piece that's already been annexed and zoned to the east to expand their development. In order for them to combine those properties through a minor subdivision process, they have to be zoned the exact same. So that gives them the ability to continue their development and take advantage of these parcels. They will need to get land disturbance permits that include these areas. They will need to get building permits that include these areas through the city now that they've been annexed, and the zoning gives them the authority to build to the density that they're requested to and combine it with the property.
I don't know why, but I feel like I'm having a deja vu moment here all over again.
Well, it's like we're dealing with all the crap that's the county allows, and now we have to deal with the residents.
But the difference here is that we just annexed them into the city tonight.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
First read?
First read.
Final, the annexation was final read tonight.
That was a final.
Yes.
So, but we have all the authority in the world for the zoning.
Yes.
Right?
Correct.
And we're looking at, I mean, put yourself in the position of anybody living in Friendly Hills. You look at the map and it's clearly, I just think it's encroaching from a high density into a clear single-family residential subdivision. but I think we have more speakers. Sorry.
I just wanted to get into that issue.
Yeah.
Of what control we have to stop somebody from going in there and clearing off that and just taking it to nothing.
And one thing we've talked about in the past during the topic of legislative priorities is help at the state level with the authority and the jurisdiction to go outside of our city limits. And so these fringe areas, we could enforce our rules and regulations on.
Almost 20 years ago, I sat in this room right here and made that same suggestion.
It's something we've talked about quite extensively, but we just don't have the authority through the state to do that or a working relationship with the county to be able to get to that point right now.
Sir, I think you would like to address the Board of Aldermen.
Thank you, Mayor and Board. My name is Mark Riss. I live at 171 Lenhart, so I would be from the top property there in red. I am 2 lots over to the left, and we own that house and the lot to the south. Lived in that subdivision now for 17 years, raising my 2 kids, 12 and 15. Just like Sean says, it's kind of a unique property in the Branson. We're not in the city limits, we're in the county, but still Branson address. The property that's in question right now was just purchased from one of our previous neighbors. We just amended our covenants and restrictions. They purchased that house, and it was actually a contingency of them buying that house. So they were completely aware of our covenants and restrictions at the time of the purchase of that house. I'm not asking you guys to enforce our covenants, but it seems pretty obvious you guys can make a decision that can do the right thing to stop a property like that from encroaching on the subdivision and changing the character of the subdivision. None of us have any problems with them building a 3,900 square foot home and putting that in a vacation rental program like the rest of the stuff that's going on down there. But for them to build 4 or 5 lodges there would definitely impact the character of our subdivision. Wayne, he lives pretty much right across the street from the southern lot there in red. And then we have Mark Kirby, who lives right there directly south of the lot in red. So, I mean, these people didn't buy homes here to have 5 lodges pop up in their backyard and have to drive past that every day. We've already had a pretty good, we're okay with having to drive down Gunner Hill here and seeing what they're going to be putting there as it is. And I think we're trying to cooperate and kind of evolve with our new developer as a neighbor. But I really hope you guys could stop the high density residential from happening. That'd be great.
Mark?
Yeah.
So, and I wasn't aware of that, what they were planning on doing until we just talked here tonight. So I would assume that, did you hear that they were going to want to enter those 5 units from that road coming down there past McCooch's house?
Right now, I haven't heard anything from the developer.
But it's sort of uphill if they were coming the other way. So I would imagine they might want to access, and it really doesn't matter, but.
We have really not been, I haven't seen any site plan or seeing where they want to bring their traffic into their properties or not. But right now, Friendly Hills Drive, the one that goes down south, it already has access to that lot.
Yeah. So we've established the McCooch house is going to stay.
Right.
Then you got, I'll call it the Mark Williams house.
Okay.
Down there, so that empty lot. I mean, I think we're all going in the same direction. Forget about covenants, it's about cohesiveness of the neighborhood. And we're talking 1 lot.
Right.
And if someone plopped a 5,000 square foot, really nice house there, it would blend, separate from the rest of that property.
Absolutely.
It makes a lot of sense to me. Especially if they wanted to access those.
Right.
That road.
Matt,
thank you.
Was this, Joel, was this property, how was it zoned as far as the county was concerned?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that.
There is no zoning in the county.
Yeah, with performance zoning, I'm not aware with what the status was of it. Apologize.
Well, I thought we had to bring it in at the same zoning that it was in.
Yes, well, obviously that goes under consideration for sure. But I mean, it's part of our consideration, but I just.
Could we maybe delay this and find out about that?
Yeah, that's up to you all.
Any other comments? Any other questions?
I think this lady right here.
Oh, okay. The speaker?
Sorry. Dragging behind. Hello, my name's Deborah Johnston. I live at 104 Linhart Lane in Branson, Missouri. I own 3 lots in Friendly Hills subdivision.
Deborah, could you help us by pulling the microphone closer? And
I didn't
when you're at the microphone, you can take your mask off.
I didn't recognize her behind that mask.
So you got my name? Am I good? All right. I own 3 lots in Friendly Hills subdivision and have called it home since 1999. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to voice our concerns. I was drawn to Friendly Hills by the natural beauty, and ultimately I built my home there because the subdivision had covenants, which I understand the city isn't litigating that. I grew up in Branson and watched the development of our community over the years. This is precisely why I made sure to build my home in a subdivision that was protected against high-density developments. Sorry, I'm nervous. Deep breath.
You're doing great.
The property surrounding Friendly Hills has changed use over time, but I was always comforted that our neighborhood would remain the same because of our restrictions. The 2 lots that are being considered to change zoning were recently purchased with the knowledge of our covenants. If they are allowed to change to high-density residential zoning in the city, and assuming that some other property would be annexed into the city, of course, that only opens the door for more development in Friendly Hills that contradicts the very nature of our single-family residential neighborhood. I ask that you please deny the rezoning to preserve our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I have gone through, I've had the motion and a second, right, and approved it. So we're ready to vote if we wish to. Any other comments, or are we ready to vote?
Now, what would I need to do to propose that we delay this for 2 weeks?
It's a motion to postpone.
And
To a
specific date?
To date, whatever.
I would like to make a motion to postpone this until the next regularly scheduled board meeting in 2 weeks, approximately.
So that would be the first Tuesday in, second Tuesday in November.
Tuesday in November.
Yeah, second Tuesday in November,
yeah.
all right. All right, there's a motion on the,
It's that, sorry.
motion on
November
the floor
10th.
to postpone. Is there a second? Dies for lack of a second.
For lack of a second.
All right. Joel, for clarity, if an alderman would vote yes or vote no, yes would approve the recommendation of changing to the high-density residential. If they vote no, they're voting against it becoming high-density
That's correct.
residential.
That's correct. So in our code book, it states that when a property is annexed into the city limits without a zoning described through a plan of intent, that it comes in as A, agricultural. That's the zoning designation upon annexation, unless they go through this process to request a zoning change. So if this were denied, then their zoning would be A, agricultural until some date in the future when they decide to change it. So that's.
Is there clarity?
Something worth.
Clarity? Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you to vote. Please vote.
5 responses right now. If everyone could please register their vote one more time. Thank you. Still 5. We could try this one more time. If
So
it
the
doesn't work,
system's
we can
tired
do
even.
Yeah.
There we go. We got it.
There are 6 aldermen seated. The no votes are 6. Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons all vote no.
Thank you.
Failed. Thank you. All right. Thank you. They're doing a great job, these aldermen are. Item number 44, first reading of bill number 5914. Madam Clerk, please.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 5914, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Empire Energy LLC pertaining to motor vehicle fuel and authorize the mayor to execute the contract.
Begin with the staff report from Keith Francis.
Mayor, members of the board, this is for our yearly fuel contract for the year 2021. We opened bids on October 7th and received 1 bid for our fuel. The bidder was Empire Energy LLC at 10 cents a gallon for markup and freight for unleaded and unleaded non-ethanol fuel, and 12 cents a gallon markup and freight for diesel fuel. Empire Energy is a local firm that's provided fuel to the city of Branson for 40 years. Staff recommends award of the bid to Empire Energy LLC in the amount of not to exceed $276,250 for year 2021. The bid meets the specifications and is within our budget. Funds are projected in the fiscal year 2021 budget for various department operating budgets. Staff recommends approval, and we'll go ahead and answer any questions.
Thank you, Keith. You've heard the first reading of Bill 5914. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Is there a second? Have a second.
That's quick, wasn't it?
Don't think we have anyone in the audience wants to speak to this. Does any alderman wish to speak to this?
I just want to see if this can be like the PepsiCo deal, where we can, no.
Troublemaker, all right. All right, please vote. There's 6 aldermen present. Yes, 6 votes. Julia King, yes. Larry Milton, yes. Jamie Whitish, yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skanes, yes. Bob Simmons, yes. 6 yeses, approved. Item number 45, canceling of our 2020 Board of Aldermen meeting. The next item is canceling the 2020 Board of Aldermen meeting. Do I have a motion to cancel the December 22nd, 2020 regular meeting?
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second's been made. Any discussion? Please vote. Yes, 6 present. Those votes are Julia King, Larry Milton, Jamie Whitus, Jeff C., Bill Skanes, and Bob Simmons, all yes, for the record. The next item is appointments. The appointments process is in accordance with the board and committee appointment procedure. I will now announce my appointments for category 4. Appointments made by the mayor but are not approved by the Board of Aldermen. These are an interesting one. I get to make these without you guys being able to
How lucky
straighten me out. All right. For the Branson Housing Authority Board, John Jeske, appointment to the Branson Housing Authority Board, the term expiring October 2024. For the Outside Assistance, Program Assistance Committee, same as last year, Ed Akers appointed for this program for 2021, Larry Milton, appointment for 2021, Jeff Matthews for appointment expiring September 2021, Ted Martin appointed for expiring September 2021, Melanie Pettit appointment to the Outside Assistance thing for September 2021, Chris Bohentz appointment to the Outside Program for September 2021, and Howard Boyd appointment to the Outside Program 2021. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Some were volunteers and some weren't so volunteering. Okay. Item number 47, disbursements. The next item is review of the disbursements from September 3rd, 2020 through September 25, 2020. Are there any questions regarding the disbursements? Do I have a motion to acknowledge the receipt of the disbursements from the September 3rd, 2020 through September 25, 2020?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote.
Mayor, I have 4 responses registering.
Fingers getting tired, I guess.
Thank you.
We have 6 awake aldermen, all voted yes.
It only appears that way.
Julia King, yes. Larry Melton, yes. Jamie Whitish, yes. Jeff C., yes. Bill Skange, yes. And Bob Simmons, yes. We get to the section on reports. Alderman King, any report?
No items to report, Your Honor.
Alderman Whitish, any report?
Nothing to report at this time.
Alderman Simmons?
No report.
Okay. Alderman Skange?
Ribs are on order. That's
Alderman Milton?
Too tired to report.
No report, okay. Alderman C?
Mr. Crappy did my report for me.
Administrator Dobbins?
No report, sir. Nobody would care.
Well,
amen to that.
one final report then. Next Tuesday is an important vote. I encourage you all to get out and vote. City elections are in April. We'll have the tourism tax. Aldermen from Ward 1, 2, and 3 all be elected, as well as the mayor position. All file in January, and my intent is to ask the Branson citizens to support me for a second term by filing in January for the position of mayor for re-election.
Can't you file in December?
I think it's January. Is it
They
January?
They open in December and close in January.
Close in January? I guess I was just wanting to put it off till next year.
Close enough.
Then I'll file whenever I can. All right. Mayor, do we have a motion to adjourn the Board of Aldermen's
So
meeting?
moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Call for a vote. Please vote.
Thank goodness we don't have executive tonight.
Yes, 6. Adjourned.
Yes, we are.
Yep. I got a bunch of stuff to